Okay, is this thing on? I hope it's on. Gonna finish setting up here. For those not looking at the screen, Azure Kale was first. Just gonna put that in there for the record. No, he does not. This is all fake. It's AI. Okay, so we saw a spin cut already, or extract, sorry. I'm already messing up. 2 Cyclone, 1 Slurp Cut, not very good. Starter techs. Mystic Mountains, we saw a Ruminator, that's pretty good. You can charm megas off of them. Son of Sun at Aerosdome, probably don't want to go there. I do know I have a Robo start, so pretty slow, bad magic defense. Future not looking very attractive. I'm kind of in a perpetual loop of like my voice screwing up and kind of fixing itself as the day goes on. So hopefully speaking gets a little easier by the time this is over. We got a 20 MP Water 2 on Frog. That's going to be his highest cost tech, if not his best. We'll see on that. So a good pairing with that would be Marl, get the Glacier, get the 1.5 times damage. We know Marl has 3 damaging techs, at least one of them will cost 15 to 20. So pretty good chance that's a good pairing if we can find it. So we see some Volcano guys on the bridge. I don't know if they have anything worthwhile. 20 MP Spin Cut, 10 MP Ice. So there's a 50-50 chance that Ice 2 is actually the best tech. My tracker's not connected. Oops. Let me see here. There we go. So yeah, we saw some palettes. I made some changes. I tried out the new palette program just to see if I could make something worth a damn on that. I think some of it turned out okay. Some of it's still just the same as it was before. So before I get started, I'm gonna just go ahead and try to show this off if it actually works. Oh, wrong button, wrong button, wrong button. There we go. It looks like it came up. So I've got the entrance tracker, added some new stuff to it. So I'm just gonna make some fake stuff real quick so you can see like the connection points. That's pretty much all the same. I've got a new feature though. You can change the scaling on them. So if like you had trouble seeing the icons before, you can make them bigger, a lot bigger. For me, I'm gonna make them smaller, just because I don't necessarily need bigger ones. I like to be able to have some clarity on the map. Like if, you know, say we got 2 icons really close together, I want to be able to know what those are. I can see that well enough. At the end, I'll probably make them bigger just so you can kind of see better. But I wonder, can you see what Okay, it doesn't actually show like the icon menu, but I put a new icon menu in. Everything's categorized, so you've got like characters, transition points, got a few new icons there. Key items, dungeons, points of interest, and shops. So it's a little bit easier to, you know, mark what you're after a lot quicker. It's all in alphabetical order, more or less. You know, it's kind of arbitrary what things are named sometimes, whether, you know, it's the boss or the, you know, the dungeon name or whatever. for points of interest instead of having a ticket office. I called it boats. So I took some liberties there, but I'm sure it's intuitive enough. So another thing I did, I'm going to make this a little bit bigger just so you can see. So it's like this diamond here. It's a note that says, say I found a rainbow here, for example. I put in a search box, so if I, make a note and I forgot where it was, I could type in rainbow. And now we know where the rainbow is. It's flashing. So say, I also found like a wonder shot. I found megas or something. I type in wonder shot instead of rainbow. That's where the wonder shot is. I type in mega. That's where the mega is. So like, let's say full tonic, mid tonic, just some examples here. So if I just search for tonic, both of those will come up. If I'm looking specifically for full tonics, I could type in full tonic. It's going to be there. Just for, some demonstration purposes. I'll probably use it a little bit, mostly for like shops and stuff where I want like a specific thing that I want to come back to. Let's see here. So more importantly, I'm here to play a game. I'm sure everybody here already knows that. For those uninitiated, CT Rando, aka the Rando Dalton Imperial. Newish randomizer for Chrono Trigger. Got some new features added all the time. Doing entrance rando today. Testing out some new settings. We got no jets of time, so the item that lets you get flight easily is no longer accessible. Got a minimum flight depth of 4, so what that means is, in a randomizer, you've got spheres. Sphere 0 is where you start. As you find more items, you get deeper in the logic, you get deeper in the spheres. So you're like 5 levels deep before you can logically access flight. So what that means for us is, we're really going to play out like a true entrance rando experience. We're not going to compromise the integrity by finding flight really early. Assuming this all works. I've never actually tried this. We're going to see how it is. So I think I've got everything together now. Hopefully that wasn't like too much information there. Why isn't my controller working? There we go. So I'm gonna try to explain things just so people that aren't looking can follow along. People that are new to the randomizer, maybe learning, they can try to gain some insight too. So we got some objectives here. We're gonna need certain amounts of those to do things like get flight, get to the end game. What in the world are these objectives? Something has changed here. I don't recall seeing anything about this. This must be new. So I guess we got some new objectives here. Defeat the Beast Cave boss. That's interesting. That's the first boss of Mount Woe. Charge the Moonstone. We need to find both, the Sun Keeps in the prehistory and the future. We need Luca for that. Not starting with her, starting with Robo, which actually does pair really well with her. Beast Cave is potentially a free one if we can find it. Clear King Guardia's name. That's the King's Trial. So we need Marl. We need Prism Shard, Rainbow Shell. Vanilla Terra Mutant spot, interestingly, is like the second to last boss of Black Omen, I think. So I guess if we decide we're going through the Black Omen, we can get an extra objective there. Maybe turn off like the Lavos Gauntlet or something from that. So we got the Eris Dome check. Needs the Seed. Need to beat the Guardian. Got Tyranno Lair. Epoch Boss. So once we get flight, we'll have an objective knocked out from that. Magus's Castle. So that's not necessarily a dungeon we want to do, but maybe we'll have a good opportunity to do it. There are shortcuts you can get if you have a Magus on your party. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised about the new objectives. I had no idea this was happening. Black Omen in the entrance location would be funny, but at the same time, it kind of just circumvents all the logic. So you'd have to like change the objectives around to where Black Omen had higher requirements or something to finish. So we're just gonna see how this goes. Again, didn't really expect new features that I didn't know about, but we roll with it. We'll see what happens. So we'll start the timer here. Start with Robo. I think that might be the longest I've taken to actually start a run before. So objectives here, 2 objectives, we can clear the Omen, 3 objectives, Portal, 4 objective Bucket, 5 objectives, turns the Gauntlet off, 6 objectives, 1999 time gauge, so pretty high count as far as like entrance rando goes. Hoping for like a pretty beefy run here, just to really show some stuff off, hopefully. I'm sure I'm going to regret that in about 3 hours, but we'll see. So Chrono's house is the Vortex Point. Sunkeep 2300 at Luca's house. I'm going to go ahead and mark that. So that is one of our objectives. We can't do it yet, obviously. Forest Maze, I'm going to look at it. It's the bottom half, so we can go through there, actually. I'm going to save. I'm not going to go through it yet, but I will mark that it's in an entrance. Carpenter 1000, that's the Carpenter's wife. Not super relevant, but, you know, there's a potential that it's like a good item there. I'll mark that. Fiona's Villa. Can't do it yet, but if we do the desert, if we get Luca, we can do that whole quest. We can turn it in with Robo and get a new entrance, but that's about it on that front. Oops. Golly, I'm messing up here. So a lot of notes from the beginning here. Yeah, you are right on time. I have started the run, but I haven't actually done anything yet. So Ruby Vest. I talked a lot of garbage in the beginning about future maybe not being worth it, but I forgot it was entrance rando, so yeah, those checks could be anywhere. But Ruby Vest, that'll make Son of Sun a little bit easier, potentially. Truce in 600, I'm gonna mark that. A little bit French vanilla there, roughly. Carpenter 600, I'll mark that as well. So we got a whole lot of stuff in this kind of opening area here that we can come back to. Lab 16, another transition. Medina Square, that's useless. Mystic Mountains, I know there's ruminators here. I'm gonna mark that with a gate. Also, Taco Leon 2nd. Hello, Taco Leon. Good to see you. Got some items we can pick up here. So as of right now, my thinking is that forest maze, I don't know if it goes anywhere we want to go, but it's got a whole bunch of chests in it. We've got a Robo start. He starts pretty cursed. You know, low magic defense, low speed. We did get 50,000 gold just now, so if we find a good shop, that's nice. We've got some blobs. Potential grind spot there, maybe. Got Chrono at Frogsboro, so if we get the Masamune, we can recruit him, get that item. If we get the hero medal, we can just get the item. So definitely gonna make a note of that. Burrow and Chrono. Okay. That'll be good to come back to. I think I turned you... Okay, good. No time machine. That's nice. Zeal Palace. We can fire that up. Get the scratch point. Get the desert entrance opened up. I'll just make a note of the rest of the stuff I can't do yet. So I'm hoping with that 50k, maybe get like a weapon or something. Or, you know, some speed on this boy. I haven't even looked at my techs yet, or my weapons. So hammer arm, nothing. 80% chaos on tin arm. A little bit weaker, weapon there, but for the chaos, I'll take it. Especially early game with Robo, things can get kind of ugly. Laser spin 20, Uzi punch 14. So I know Cyclone costs like 2, so not like a good synergy there as far as rocket roll or twister, but if we get like a good tailspin, twister I think is still on the table. So I've marked that. Another Elder's House, the jerky one, I'm gonna go ahead and mark that too. Doing a lot of marking here. Skyway, that's an entrance. Okay. So that's going to be something to look at as well. Guardia Forest, Dorino Inn. So I don't have an icon for inns, but I probably should. So I've got a good picture of like what all my transitions are here. I'm gonna go to the square, see what the shops have. So power and speed +3. I'm gonna just grab that. Pretty good general purpose item, especially for Robo. We got a moonstone at the shop, which is interesting. So if we do find Luca and we find, you know, the 65 million Sunkeep, I'm gonna go ahead and keep that. I'm gonna mark that there's a moonstone for sale as well through my convoluted icon system, where I put like 3 icons down to communicate things that only I understand. I'll get 10 more shelters while I'm at it. Silver stud, good, but not worth it as of now. I've got basically nothing as far as text, so cheaper text doesn't mean anything to me. No character here. We do have the Dreamstone. I'll grab that. So if we see like Dactyl Nest or Labubu Village, we'll get possibly a character. We'll get Flight. So I'm already here. I'm just gonna see where this goes. First transition check of the run. It didn't look like any of the stuff that was available to us was connected to anything else on the same continent. So definitely gonna be, a big exploration seed from the looks of things. You can skip this. I just don't care to learn the skip. Rats, they should go down pretty quick. I don't think they give very much, but I'll just try it. Maybe they have a drop or something. Still looking for a fist, looking for a good accessory, good helmet. Like I said, the chaos will do for now. So they drop speed tabs. That is actually very interesting. Very tempted to just keep coming back here over and over. Farm up a bunch of speed tabs just for the hell of it. That way, if we find that Son of Sun, not such a threat, but for the sake of everybody's sanity, I'm not gonna sit here and farm it. Maybe if I come back through, I'll fight some more. I do have random drops on. It's a 25% chance that any given enemy drops something. So we got pretty lucky in that respect. Especially starting with Robo here. That's pretty nice. I'm gonna go ahead and give him the speed because we know we can just get more if we need to. So he's got 11 speed already. No Robo ribbon. So that connects there. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting some some slow party vibes so far, so it's good to know we have a source of that. So we got a shop here. Giga Arm for sale with Valiant. Yes, please. Please and thank you. Got some mid tonics, I'll buy those. I'm not feeling the need for some ethers. Ruby Vestus here, I've already got one. I don't see much to come back to. Yeah, dead end, but fortunately, I know the trick. We just go somewhere else. It was a dead end with a Giga Arm, so I'm not super upset about it. A Valiant Giga Arm at that. So with this speed, maybe we'll make some plays around that. It could be fun. So I said Forest Maze was going to be my first priority. Yeah, Valiant OP. Unfortunately, it's on Robo, which, he doesn't have any double attacks, but that's okay. Even a single attack, in the right situation is, a speed tab, wow. I'm just gonna have like a cracked out Robo. That's gonna be my gimmick of this run, I think. I'm gonna lean hard into this. Got a Kaiser arm, immediate junk. We've already got a better arm with a better effect on it. So, with Valiant, it's essentially like a frog squash effect. The more HP you're missing, the more bonus damage your attacks do. Assuming the attacks are based on weapon power, which everything but like magic, Ayla's stuff, and Robo Tackle is. So we'll get some good use out of that. That bonus damage also goes through armor, so we may not get as stuck on like a magic boss as we normally would be. Alright, so this takes us to Melchior's hut. I'm gonna delete that icon because we already know. Northern Ruins 600. So I'll mark that. I'm gonna go ahead and save. I live by the ABC rule, always be saving. It saved me more times than I care to admit. So we got a gate here, transition here, it's sewers. We're gonna chase down some of this stuff. Got the other end of Magic Cave. I'm gonna go ahead and mark that so we don't forget. We know where the entrance to Magic Cave is. So Denadoro Market. Reptite Tiara for sale. So this will be a good test of my my note searching. So I'm gonna write Reptite Tiara here. And then when I need to remember where that is, I can do that. Medina Portal. So another gate. I don't think I've found the other end of either one of these yet. But we have found a lot of gates. Oh, you know what? Medina Portal. I found Mystic Mountains now that I think about it. So I already know where this goes. So that's going to connect to the forest in 1000. So we don't need to check that. I am going to mark it, however. Make a little note here. Ruminator, Mega. So I know there's Ruminators there. You can charm Megas. So if we want a source of those, we can go ahead and get that. Sewer access, I think, is going to be my priority. Even though I've got a lot of speed on Robo, I could always use more. Atropos, why not? We already ruled out the fair. Gato was there. So about a 1 in 5 chance that I get a Robo ribbon here. Like I said, just good to rule it out immediately. 1 in 5 chance that it's worth the trouble, and even if it's not, I get some levels off it. So we'll see where this goes. Get 3 more chests, whatever. So we got a Flea plus. Not super bad, especially at a low level like this. It says my scaling is 1 for some reason. I don't know what that's about. I don't know if if I screwed up my my settings or what, but it should be 2. I'm not going to worry about it. Maybe the starter character doesn't count anymore. I have no idea. I haven't heard anything about that, but we'll see. So I like to just line myself up with the bottom of the bridge here. Grab the chest, go back down. So I got a wall ring, 10 magic defense. Better than a defender. Especially on Robo. I'll put that on. Alright, so sewers takes us to Lab 16 West. We got a meeting site, another transition. Melchior's hut. I'll go ahead and check the shop while I mark some stuff here. So nothing crazy. Got some power meals. I'll just buy a couple. I'm gonna make a note that there's a power meal here just for a laugh. You know, I do like using those, especially if I do like the gauntlet. So we'll really be utilizing that search feature, at least, you know, to try it out. We're gonna see where this goes. Meeting site, you know, you go through the south, you come out the north, you end up somewhere else. Same thing for the map. There's 2 entrances on the map for that. So make sure you check both of those. So this took me, I forgot already. Okay. Took me right here. So we got access to 3 continents now. Keeper's Dome and Keeper's Dome. That doesn't sound right. Hey, that is not Keeper's Dome. That's interesting. I'm gonna report that. It looks like it fixes itself. Maybe it's just like a weird positioning thing, but I'm gonna just go ahead and make a note of that. So maybe just like a weird weird thing with the tiles there. If you like approach it from a certain angle or something. Okay, it's not happening anymore. So Keeper's Dome is on the left side here. I'm gonna note that we can get our time machine if we get like a charged pendant. Meeting site was there, residence here. I'll see what that is. Nothing, okay. So I'm gonna go down first. Got a cafe, nothing. We already know Magic Cave is Magic Cave. Lab 32. I'm gonna mark that. Use the old Johnny icon. If I can find it. Oh, it's a transition, that's right. Already screwing up my categories. Guardian Castle. Potential recruit. Potential, I guess, peak for a recruit at the 600 one. We got like 6 chests we can get. We got a sealed chest. We can come back for that later. You know, when we can actually open it. We're gonna see if there's a character here. I did have a spoiler log, but I didn't actually look at, you know, where characters were. I just wanted to see what my starter was. And just in case we get lost or like the logic is broken, it's good to have on hand just to confirm that, report a bug, whatever. After the run, maybe see what could have been if we had chosen a different path or, you know, whatever. So we got Frog at the back of Cathedral. If we find Cathedral, I'll make a note of that. Kind of funny run so far. Haven't actually like done anything. Found a lot of not dungeons. We did find Denadoro, I think at Medina, which I didn't even mark. We'll come back to that. So I don't know if that's like a quirk of the deeper flight, logic depth, or what. We're just going to see how it pans out. So Gold Rock, it is a tech that Robo contributes to. I don't know if he can actually use it, but we don't need a shield for him. He's pretty bulky. So I'm going to mark that as Castle 600. And I'm going to mark that there's a frog here as well. Chorus Inn. Okay, so we can set up the Carpenter's Wife. We did find her. I marked it. Well, next time we reset, we'll probably pass through it. I got a shop here. See if there's anything good. So we got a Dino Blade, 4x crit, Moon Armor, if I can afford it. Sure, whatever. Well, maybe there's something better. I'll buy 10 tonics. It's good to have for the Lab 16. Berserker, tempting. Let's make a note that there's a moon armor there, among other things. There's a blue rock too. So a pretty good shop. We found a Guardia Forest earlier, so maybe we'll see if that loops back around. I didn't see which one it was. Protodome. We got a character potentially. So maybe we buy that. No, nothing. Okay, so that's dead. I'm gonna go ahead and mark that that gets me to end of time. Layer Ruins is a gate. I don't remember if we've seen the other end of that or not. I'm gonna check real quick. We might have found like a shortcut to get back to something we want to do. Okay, no, this is new. So I'm gonna mark that. Got another Guardia Forest. Different from the one we just saw. Got the other Chorus Inn, got Terra Cave, so we can do an objective here. I've got the other side of Truce Inn. So I'll mark that. I'll kind of do like a special note that these charges are connected. So let's just do Mount Woe. We're already here. You know, potentially really good chests and stuff. We're gonna see how this funny robot man handles himself here. Got max speed, so that could be fun. I'm gonna mark that that's let's see. Where is it? Where is it? I forgot how alphabetical order worked for a second there. So if we come back here after 3 objectives or after the Ocean Palace, we can see where that gate goes. As of right now, I don't think I found the other end of it. Nothing good at this shop. So, forgive me if, you know, I haven't done any dungeons 23 minutes into the run yet. Just, you know, didn't have any good opportunities. A lot of transitions, a lot of shops, a lot of points of interest. You know, all stuff probably worth coming back to later. Saw like one dungeon along the way. We'll come back to it. So we got Aussie Trio here. This will be a good test of, you know, my setup here. I'm gonna take some damage, but it's just gonna make me hit harder. I think if I just hit Aussie, we can win in like 2 hits, maybe. Hopefully Flea doesn't run away. Okay, it's over. So, full experience there. We're like level 6 already, so we'll only get like 2 levels, but that's gonna bring our scaling up pretty well. So now it's at 7, we're like 8, so about on par. Robo, very small chance of success hitting this guy, but he's got 16 speed. Might as well try to get some techs online if we can make it work. Okay, there we go. So definitely like a strong candidate for a Robo solo, if the logic allows it. You know, we got a lot of stuff going our way here. I may see how far I can get with the Robo solo. The jury's still kind of out on that. So we could have chosen to come back here later to potentially get more tech points, but I think you know, it's fun to kind of try different things. You know, getting like an early, you know, mid-tier tech or something is, you know, potentially also cool. So even if we don't like max out from this, you know, it's still something to try. You know, especially this seed, we've got a good weapon. We got Valiant on it. I've got a max speed Robo already. You know, not a lot of stuff that you normally see at the beginning of a seed, or like in the seed generally, so. I like some weird colors in this this room here. I don't know why. Got a pretty good helmet there. So we're 2 for 2 on the Rebels. Hopefully we can get all of them. I'm not optimistic. Not optimistic at all. Alright, I give up. Well, 2 out of 3 is not bad. So I've got a habit here of doing the skip for this encounter, because it is a skippable encounter. But it's been converted anyway. Bit of a controversial decision. I don't know. I think it should be restored to vanilla, but no strong opinion on that. Just an opinion. I'm gonna put that helmet on before I forget. So this one, you can come below the chest to not activate the encounter. Otherwise, if you're coming from the top like you normally would, that flame is kind of close. So we'll see if we can go 3 for 4 on these Rebels. Did I pass up a Rebel? Did I pass up a chest? What have I done? What chest? This one? This chest? Oh, yeah, I didn't miss it. I wasn't there yet. So unfortunately, you can't skip this one. I think you can run from it, which I should probably do. I don't care about this. When you're running away, you can queue up a tech and get your cursor memory that way. Did I miss that chest? I'll go back and look. I'm not famous for this yet, but you're gonna find out that I can't play and talk at the same time. I don't have the brain capacity to do that. Oh, even better chest. Okay, cool. Good thing I went back for that. So, you know, I'm gonna make a bunch of silly mistakes like that. I don't apologize because I didn't do anything wrong there. Alright, so we'll see what this boss is. We've got a pretty good setup. For most situations, I think we'll be okay. We got the solo bow. We don't have like great techs for the solo, but it might be good enough. Yeah, feel free. I mean, if I just miss something, I'm not gonna get mad that somebody points it out. I welcome that. It's not like a first time playthrough, lack of knowledge or anything. It's just brain damage. So at this low level, Nizbel has no special defenses. I'm just gonna punch him. I'm not gonna have an opportunity to see it, but he's kind of got like a mustache going on here, like an old-timey long curly one. From a certain point of view, I know that's not actually what's going on, but I can't unsee it. Alright, so first dungeon down, first objective down, second key item. We'll see where this takes us. Got a C trigger, so we can go back to the fair and get a key item from that, do the Beckler game eventually. Where did I say? So I'm gonna go back through here. I believe this is the 600 version, so I can get a free shelter if I wanted it. I don't want it. I've got enough shelters, I think. I'm not playing on a mode where, you know, shelters are rare or anything. So that goes nowhere. I'm just gonna go home. So I'm gonna unmark that transition just so I forget it was ever there. Alright, what do I want to do? I want the fair. I think the fair was just down here. I'm gonna see what this item is. I think it might have been right here. Yeah. Lucky guess. I didn't actually look. So when you have the C trigger, you don't need Chrono in the party. You don't need silver points. He will tell you what the item is. You can pay money if you lose. It's a pendant, so that's pretty good. We did find Zeal Palace already. So as long as I'm not completely incompetent, I should get all of this here. We got 22. After 12 it speeds up, so that's 1, 2. Good to count. Kind of keeps me grounded. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, faster, 13, 14. Oops. I think I have money. It's okay. Again, can't can't talk and play at the same time, but after 12, like I said, gets faster. You got to do 22 to win. Once it gets faster, it's not going to cost any more than 5,000, even if you immediately fail. So not like a big deal. So, I don't need to know that's fair anymore, but I'll just keep that marker. So I need Zeal Palace. Where was that? Yeah, I think it was here. So a little bit of backtracking, just kind of cleaning up the key items we've already found. Presumably, you know, the stuff I found, you know, on my little journey here gets me into Sphere 1, and this stuff potentially could get me into Sphere 2. So still a few steps removed from flight access, but you know, we want to make progress towards it, if nothing else. It's probably going to be required at some point. And also it opens up, you know, other checks we can do potentially. So wait, with that in mind, I'm gonna see if I can make my way back to Denadoro. I think I gotta go through. Oopsie. So don't be like me. Make sure you're holding start before you push select when you do the house warp. Otherwise, you get the map. I guess I let go of it. Oops. So I think Forest Maze. Gonna go around, go up, avoid the encounter trigger here. So the nice thing about kind of a slow start where you don't just immediately jump into dungeons and objectives, you do find a lot of chests, a lot of potential power. You know, we got a good weapon. We got like power and speed on our chest. We've got, I think, a wall ring accessory. Even got a vigil. Sorry, a sight cap. So no confuse anymore. Yeah, it's a common problem. I do it a lot. I swear Denadoro was here. Where was Zeal Palace? Why did I go here? I don't even know. But, oh yeah, whatever. I'll do I already did Zeal Palace, didn't I? Yeah, that's why I came here. Sorry. Brain damage. So this will activate the Tata check. I don't have anything to turn that in yet, but it'll be there when I'm ready for it. I haven't even found it, but that's okay. So I shouldn't have any trouble with any enemies here. I'm still pretty overpowered. Yeah, for some reason, even though I knew I was coming here for Denadoro, I forgot that I just went to the Zeal Palace and was like, where's Zeal Palace? I thought I came here for Zeal Palace. Oops. Stupid phone. Not a smartphone. I make up for my lack of intelligence with just consistent execution when I'm not talking. That's my secret. So I got a random damage stone arm. But I don't think I want it. Just hang on to the top there to avoid that. So I'm not sure what the fastest way to get every chest here is, but this is what I do. I go ahead and grab that one. Got a Valkyrie with 4 times crit, that's pretty good. But you can't avoid this encounter, so I'm just gonna kill it. You might be able to run, I don't remember. I think you can. So this is a little bit more of a cheeky check, just because of, the extra time it takes. Just hold down there to avoid him. So we're gonna come up the ladder. Hello, Jeremy Hall, how's it going? So grab that, we run. We can't get the rock here because we don't have frog. And I'm not coming back for it. Even if it's like a prism specs or something, I don't care. It's not worth the trouble for me. You know, it's only like a 1 in 400 chance it's a prism specs anyway, so not a gamble I want to take. I've got the mop. I don't plan on using it, but if we need it, it does have Valiant on it. So I do go ahead and grab these. I'm kind of a chestaholic. You know, you never know when you're gonna find like that one piece that solves your entire seed, because there's, you know, a random distribution. It's not, there's no weighting to it. It's just shuffled chests. Anything can be anywhere. You know, so I'm kind of, even though I've got like a really good weapon already, I could probably just get through the game with that. I've got, you know, decent enough armor and accessories. You know, it could always be better, especially if I am going to try to solo. You know, if I end up, even if I end up getting another character, you know, I haven't found like ultimate gear for everybody yet. So a little bit greedy. Worst case scenario, I can sell some of the stuff and find something I actually want in a shop. So wait for him to throw 2, come up here. So because this was rolled on the bot, not only do I get a peek here, which you can get from the website, I can also see what the boss is here. So if, you know, I see like a certain name here, I might reset, you know, rethink my strategy. So probably Northgate Magus, if I had to guess. Yeah, okay. So I know, I've got like a pretty good equipment setup for this already. I've got, you know, magic defense. I've got pretty high damage. So, hopefully he won't die. We will see. My damage is starting to fall off a little bit, but realistically, level 13, that's about the level Hecarim is in the vanilla game. He's got 2100. I think Northgate Magus, like HP wise, is a little under what it would be at that level, so we're looking at maybe like, I don't know, 1500 HP, 1700, I have no idea. I'm good at math, but this stuff gets a little hairy. It's very hard to like memorize all the values for everything, and with it being scaled, it's more complicated. So we got a new Magus palette here. No particular like inspiration behind it. I just threw something together just to do it. So after like 3 hits, he's gonna start counterattacking everything I do, especially after that one. So we're also gonna start hitting harder because of Valiant. So assuming this doesn't do enough to like 3-shot me, okay, so I probably will heal then. Yeah, because, you know, if he does like an attack and a counter at the same time, I might just die. Thankfully, I'm fast. So that's the big thing to remember with this boss. He counters, and you know, you might think, oh, he's attacking really fast. This is crazy. No, he's countering and attacking. That's why he's doing 2. So if you remember that, below 50%, not a bad boss. If you don't remember that, maybe a bad boss. You know, the counter does not reset his ATB or anything, so potentially scary if it lines up really well. Or if you queue up like multiple attacks, you know, hit him 3 times in a row and he gets a turn, that's like 4 magic attacks. Very dangerous. Anyway, we've got the Thomas pop. I don't have a plan, but I'm just gonna go ahead and reset heal up. I haven't found the grave for the Thomas pop yet. So I'm gonna just assess what I can maybe do here. We got some transitions we haven't checked. I think I did the carpenter's wife setup, so I'm gonna check her and see if she's got anything. I hope I did this. Okay, so we'll get the item here. It's probably nothing, but we never know. Also, ruby armor. You know, if we find Aristome, I'm just gonna slap that on. Let's see here. So we got another transition to check at the ticket office here. Lab 16, I'm gonna see where that goes. I don't think I found the other side of it yet. Okay, so I screwed that up. If you have like this dialogue box up open, you can just walk through this. You don't need the dialogue box for this one. It actually is a little bit of a time loss because you can't open the chest. You definitely want this one. So you'll steal, you'll just walk right over here, no encounter. Just hug the bottom here. That could be a really nice encounter if I have like good AoE. 5 enemies, decent ones. We got some apes here. Not the ape I want. If you find the fossil ape, you can charm megas off them, I believe. That's not a fossil ape. That's just like a regular one. Alright, so we found the 65 million map. No flight on it yet. We do have the Dreamstone if we find Dactyl Nest. So I'm going to mark this there. Okay. So we'll do a little sweep here. We'll see what we've got. Trandome. It's a shop. It's a sealed chest. Shockwave with a pretty nice 4x crit on it. 20 MP. I'm just gonna mark that. Why not? I don't think we have like a strong incentive to do it, but just in case. Yeah, for some reason that was flashing. I don't know. Okay. Where were we? Market. Pearl Edge. We found a Dino Blade, so I'm not super worried about that. I'm gonna get like 50 power meals just cause. Nothing great. So we got a bridge. Which one is it? It's the Zombor one. I'll mark that. I don't think we have that as an objective. Let's see. But you know, there's always a chance we go there for some reason. Got a transition, another transition, another transition. So one of these is going to go here. I'm just going to rule this out real quick. You know, you see a skyway right next to a land bridge. You know something is horribly, horribly wrong. Okay, so that one was actually good. It took us... here. So that's another place we haven't been to yet. Chief's Hut, don't need it. Market. It's the Medina one. So high price items, but if it's a good enough item, if it's a good enough item, we might as well just do it. Yeah, there's a potential for good drops here anyway. I should still be able to one-shot most enemies. It hasn't caught up to me yet. It's getting there. Got a Rage Band, which is pretty good. I may just throw that on instead of the... No, I'll keep the Dash Ring, actually. Maybe later. So Dark Mail, Magic Defense +5. If it was normal price, I might think about it. So nothing crazy there. Mayor's Manor. That's the Jerky Turn-In Part 2. He's got a Seed. Mark that. Let's see. So not looking great for this place. Aristome. We all know what's here. We're gonna just do it. Hopefully I don't die. I got pretty good defenses, decent enough speed. I took my dash ring off just to get extra magic defense. Hopefully not too bad. So, turning in the seed here is an objective. We just gotta find a jerky and kill the boss in order to do that. It's entirely possible the jerky is just here. So that would be pretty nice. Red mail, you know what, I'll absorb fire instead, sure. That sounds even better. So actually, I'm gonna take my wall ring off now. You know, it also reduces the healing I would get from the red mail. And because I'm probably gonna take more fire than shadow damage, I'm just gonna keep that on. That sounds like a plan to me. If I'm not taking fire damage, it means I'm damaging the boss. So, kind of a win-win there. So I should be relatively safe now. You know, we watched the intro cutscene, so I already know this boss is here. So, you know, that intel does pay off from time to time. That speed tab investment, also potentially good payoff. And we just immediately get the right one. Great. So yeah, the flare is doing more damage than the shadow portion, so I can't actually lose here. It might take a minute though. It's kind of the problem with solo. Oh, lucky again. Look at that. Just gonna be one of those runs, I guess. Oh, I already won. Okay, I don't need to do this. So, only took 3 hits to take the boss out. It's only level 17. That's kind of a nice feature to have. Son of Sun, even at a low level, it hits really hard, so you know, having the ability, especially in solo with a crappy character, to actually kill it is generally a positive thing, I think. And we got a jerky, so you know, my future site still working. You know, I say I make my own luck, and you know, obviously that doesn't actually, it's not a real thing. Don't believe anybody that tells you that. They're probably cheating in some way. I just got lucky. So we already know where all the jerky turn-ins are. We know the jerky turn-in is the seed. The seed is going to give us an item. It's going to be an objective. So, you know, not upset. I'm going to get my speed back, though. I guess I kept the wall ring on. I shouldn't have done that. I could have killed that even faster. So, normally, you know, I would probably pursue some more, you know, transitions, see what else I can find, but this is looking a little too juicy to pass up. So I'm gonna mark that, figure out where my first jerky is. Okay, I know that's there. Okay. I know what we're doing. I think I healed already. I'm not gonna check, whatever. So we'll turn the jerky in. We'll go through the ticket office up here. That'll bring us somewhere in the neighborhood of where we want to be. I'm gonna save a couple seconds doing that. Well, maybe not with this silly little cutscene. That's probably fine. So lab 16, we're gonna go through it. Not gonna use that skip this time because there's no chest. We have no reason to do it. This is why I bought 10 tonics, because if I have to go through here more than once, I don't want to lose money on this trade. just a little bit more efficient use of my gold to have tonics. I call them rat bait. I don't actually heal with them at any point. So this should take me back to here. And then Skyway, land bridge. A lot of land bridges. So this Skyway will take me back to Eris Dome. I'll get my objective. See where that brings us. Seeds, you know, while it doesn't, you know, actually give you any hints, you can kind of cobble together an idea of where you're going just based on what key items you do have. You know, the logic is supposed to be fully completable, so, you know, anything we find here is probably... I didn't turn in my thing for the seed, oops. Where was that? So anything we find here, you know, there's a pretty good chance that, you know, it's gonna be important to get to the next phase. You know, especially if it's like a multi-part thing. You know, a lot of things have to line up for some. See you later. Enjoy yourself. Very good possibility either this run will still be going or I'll be doing a second one. It is on YouTube, so you can always rewind, fast forward. Don't have to miss anything necessarily. So we do have the bike key. We saw Lab 32 earlier. So I'm just gonna pretend like that's, you know, the place I want to go. You know, a lot of steps had to be taken to get to this point, so it's, I assume, relatively deep in the logic. I say that not actually knowing how logic works or anything. So I think I know the fastest way to get there. I think I just go through the forest entrance here. I'll see what's in this chest while I'm at it. So I pumped the scaling a little bit. I'm still one level above it. I'm still, you know, pretty decked out. So not super worried just yet. We're approaching the point where if I find like a retinite... Oh, actually, it's 26 now. Never mind. So if I do like one more dungeon, I'm going to need a water character to do retinite. So, you know, looking towards Cathedral, because I know that boss is out there somewhere. If I can find Cathedral, great. So from here... I'll go here. Go through the sewers. And then, did I make a mistake? No, okay. So I'll go through here. And that'll take me where I want to go. Which is, I think, Fiona's Villa? Yeah, okay. So we'll see where the bike key takes us. Pretty good for Luca. So that's a good one to find. It's kind of hard to get here with flight, so we'll definitely make a note of that. See if we even need to come back here. Tyranno Lair, I think, was an objective. I've got Fire Absorb. If I need it, I'll just go ahead and put that on. Better safe than Resetti. Giant's Claw, was that an objective? No. I'm gonna go ahead and do Giant's Claw first, just on the off chance. Oops. on the off chance it ends up being Retinite. I don't want to fight it after Tyranno Lair. That'll give me a little bit of an opportunity to get closer to the scaling level as well. Maybe get some better loot or something. I don't think you can skip this and get this chest. So fossil apes are here. So if we come back, we can charm megas. Where? It was right here. Yeah. So not as attractive an option as the ruminators, but if we just happen to be in the area and we want some megas, I think fossil apes are what drops them. So we hit the left switch here. This should also save us some time looting the Tyranno Lair. Hit the left switch again. I don't remember like everything that is shared between the two dungeons, but I think mostly it's like the maze room that's not. So we got a Valor Crest, so if we find Ayla, that's pretty good. 50% counter, 20% crit chance. Never a bad thing. So the solo robo continues. It'll continue until morale improves. So I do have a hit ring. I'm going to see if I can get some more attacks off of this. I'm going to get my speed back. Increasing my chance of hitting these by 10% is pretty significant when I miss like 7 in a row. Or however that calculation works, I have no idea. Just gotta hit him twice. Okay. So a little bit closer to the vanilla level now. I think they're 30 normally, so not quite 100 tech points, but 88's good enough. Gonna check my phone while I'm at it. It's been buzzing a lot. Oh, we got a new subscriber. Azure Kale has subscribed to the channel. All right, so we got some important business. I'm gonna take care of it later. Whatever. Yeah, phone. He has a phone. As do most people. The Internet of Things. Everything's a phone now. I'm gonna roll out with this and we'll just see if we need to change our strategy. We'll probably be okay. I hope. Not super worried about this boss. We've got good physical defense. We're immune to the confuse. I kind of wish he would do some damage to me so I can kill him faster, but we'll take what we can get here. So level 26, his HP is decently high relative to his level. So, level 26, you're thinking like Nizbel 2, Golem, stuff like that. So like, maybe in the 5,000 to 7,000 range. He might be a little higher, 8,000 to 9,000 or something. So gonna take some hits. He's actually 11,000, so pretty high. I don't want to use my ethers on this if I don't have to. We'll just see like how the needle spin damage is. I don't think it'll be that bad. I'm hoping I can get like low enough, but still out of one-shot range. Oh, in a couple hits, he'll fire up his second phase. Once he gets below 50%, he starts doing that, talking about the needles. So as long as this doesn't do like 200 damage, I feel pretty confident. I'm gonna hit him till he needles again. So the Valiant, definitely paying off here. So now I feel like healing. Just enough to get like over like 300. It's questionable. Might heal a second time here, just so he gets out of the needle phase. I could have died there. So we might be safe at this point. Obviously got to look out for the death counter, but I don't think it's going to do that much. I hope it's not going to do that much. I feel like maybe, I don't know, 3 more hits or so. Okay, that might be a little sketchy. I'm gonna just do a little safety heal. I don't want to die, so you know, even if that takes a couple more seconds to get through the fight, whatever. We're not racing. We're just you know, trying to make it look like we know what we're doing. So dying kind of breaks the illusion on that. Yes, thanks for the GGs. Alright, so we got tools. We don't have Frog, we don't have the Masamune. We did find one part of the tools turn in. So we'll keep that in the back pocket. Oh, I don't have Ayla. What am I thinking? Oops. Alright, so what do I want to do here? How did I get here? Yeah, I'm gonna go back through whatever this was. Lab 32. So I've had the 600... I can't talk. 600 AD map. I haven't fully explored it yet. I keep getting sidetracked. Oh, dropping stuff. Okay. What have I... I'm just gonna see where this goes. I think it's the 1080 one. I think we found the other side of this already. I'm just gonna verify that. I don't know that for a fact, but I think it maybe takes me to Medina. So, like another quicker route to 600 AD wouldn't be a bad thing. Yeah, okay. I'll mark that. What was cave door? Which cave? Trying to think. The magic cave, you mean? Up in Zeal, that was, gosh, whatever. Okay, so I know where this goes now. Sorry, getting a little bit dizzy here. Okay. The Zeal cave door transition to Fiona's villa in 600. The location on the map. So, it ended up. It's how I got to Zeal. So it's just a way to get from 600 to Tyranno Lair at this point. Where did I want to go? I think I've checked everything down here. I'm gonna collect this real quick. So yeah, the cave was the whatever the transition was, and then the right side was Giant's Claw, the left side was Tyranno Lair. So I'll always scratch your news back. You scratch his back, he'll scratch yours. I got a Prism Specs out of that deal. So you know, even if he's kind of weird about the back scratching, you know, I'll take that. It's not a bad exchange at all. So for those books, oh my goodness, a haste helm. Wow, things are getting interesting. So yeah, those books, they're always the one north of the door you came in on, then the opposite side, then the middle, regardless of which location it is. It's pretty easy to remember. I don't think there was anything good in that shop. If there was, sorry. So we know, I think we've been here already, yeah. Time to check out the north side, I guess. Done all this, or looked at it anyway. Got a market. Got a rune blade with 4 times crit. Not bad, but I'm not gonna come back for that, probably. Got mid-ethers for sale, power seal. I'll make a note of that just in case. I don't think I need that for anything, but you never know by the end game. Maybe I just really need ethers. So this is Bridge 1000. I'm gonna mark that as a transition I haven't checked yet. So I always say, you know, the end of the seed's, you know, an hour away until it's not. We don't have like a visible path to get there yet, but it could happen anytime. We just have to find like the right item that leads to everything else. So I can get this. Chrono was recruitable at the Burrow. I don't think Johnny Race was an objective, but we still, you know, want him anyway. So we done Airstone. I don't know. I'll double check. I might just be stupid. Magus's castle is an objective. I'm gonna mark that. It's entirely possible that I'm just stupid. I make no claims to the contrary. What did I say this was? Oh, cool. Free stuff. So, just hoping I can remember to come back there. Yeah, it's a residence until it's, you the thing you need to beat the seed. We got Reptile Lair. I'm gonna try to knock that out. Forest Nova Armor. Oh my gosh. If I need it. I'm not gonna just auto-equip it. So that's a sealed chest. A Reptile Lair. What's here? Okay. I'm gonna do this. We'll check that cave eventually. Whatever dinosaur that is, I don't want the smoke. If it's a Gigasaur, I would just probably die outright. Unfortunately, they're all the same color, so at a glance, I have no idea. A bunch of enemies I don't want to fight here. So I've got myself built for speed right now, speed and damage. Depending on what the boss is, I might reset and go for like immunity, magic resistance or something. So Ruby Knife. At this point, if we beat this boss, we just need a pendant charge and we can, if not get our flight, at least when we get to the flight, we'll be able to do it. So I talked a lot of garbage about doing magic defense just now, and I might actually have to, looking at it. I'm gonna shock. I think that's kind of the lesser evil as far as counterattacks go for Robo. I don't know if I have area bomb or not. Actually, I probably do. See if I'm in range. Okay, so we can just area bomb. Never mind. I think we're okay. So all the speed tab investment kind of paying off here. Normally a very fast boss. But now I'm making him look like a clown on solo Robo, which is not common. I'm gonna assume that the death counter is gonna hit for like 150. So if I get below that, and I think I'm close to killing the boss, I'll go ahead and take care of that. I hope I'm not wrong. So 5,400. I'm just gonna heal right now. If I put him on fire and he fires me, it might kill me, so... Yeah, good call there. I'm gonna put him on fire. So even though, like, we've got a pretty safe strategy, still looking a little sketchy. That lined up pretty well. So I'm gonna need to get some MP back before he kills me. I don't think I can do area bomb. Never mind. I still need the MP though. So I don't want to get locked into like a cycle of him doing high damage stuff while I recover. So I'm gonna do the fire. Do a mid ether. I'm gonna punch him one time, and if it kills him, great. I should be safe. If not, no, just play it safe again. I don't think this will kill me, but I've been wrong about a lot of things. Okay, we're good. So that 150, pretty good guess. I'm pretty good at like vibing stuff out, mostly because of prior trauma. I might have been killed by that a few times. Well, I'm actually approaching like end game kind of levels. Did I checked the snail stop, didn't I? What was it? Oh, that's right. I know what it is. So while I'm still going for like the solo Robo, I've got an option now. I can get Chrono. I haven't found a good weapon for him yet, so I'm not super worried about it. So this will take me to that mystery cave. We'll see what's there. I don't logically need Chrono for anything, so no rush, but maybe what's behind that chest is required. So we got a skyway. That's probably why I thought I checked it already. So that's probably just going to take us back to 65 million if I had to guess. We had a whole bunch of skyways there, yeah. Alright, so never bad to have more options to navigate. I'm going to see where this skyway goes. I haven't fully explored 65 million either. I'm very good at, like, half exploring a place, getting sidetracked, and coming back. But I'm a pretty diligent note taker, so I mostly know what I haven't checked, just because there's no icon there. Okay, so a very interconnected map. Very interconnected, so you know, anything we might need to, you know, beeline to, we probably know how to get there. North Cape, gosh, I don't even have an icon for that, but I probably should. I'll just write North Cape. So if we need another character, probably one there. Lucas House. I'm gonna mark that. We haven't found Hecarim yet. Oopsie. But if we do. Ticket office, that might be our ticket. We haven't found the other ticket office yet. We haven't found gate key either, so we can only take that to the other ticket office, but we're gonna see where it goes. I'm gonna make sure I know that that's a ticket office. I'm gonna save in case I want my 10 gold back. Hello? There we go. You kind of opened a couple dialogue boxes there. That was weird. Alright, so that takes us here. So we're finding like a lot of land masses. Still got quite a few left to go. Cathedral. The other half of Xenon Bridge. Where did I say that was? It was somewhere. It was somewhere. Maybe Vanilla Cathedral? I'm gonna double check. I'm gonna guess it was Vanilla Cathedral. Gonna lock that in. Final answer. What do I win if I'm right? Wasted 10 seconds, 20 seconds. Okay, so I was right. Feels bad to be right sometimes. But another shortcut unlocked. Got Cathedral, so we could potentially recruit Frog, get that 20 MP water too if we wanted. We'll see how this goes. Another potential character there. I should really just recruit, but I'm feeling like an idiot today. I haven't seen like a whole lot of stuff that necessitates recruiting yet, but I think it's getting close. Starting to run out of ideas. This is a very vanilla looking cathedral. A lot of hench, bats. Not in their normal place, I don't think. So, I've got this thing that I do. I don't know what the name of the condition is. I don't know if it's genetic or if it's like a learned behavior or whatever. But essentially what it is, I do the boss first in the cathedral, and then I come back for the chests afterwards. This is AI, it's not real. The reason I do that, no encounters, no dialogue, no need to skip anything. So you can just come back, loot everything afterwards. There's a good chance, like, what you would have found in the chests in here might have been worth it to kill the boss, but I don't feel like I need much right now. So I'm not going to bother. I'm just going to loot it afterwards. I can't trick anybody. Nobody believes me when I say anything. So that one, I skipped it just because, you know, with the dialogue open, you lose like half a second worth of time waiting for that to close. And we count our half seconds here for some reason, even though it's not a race and I don't care what the finish time is. Just muscle memory mostly. So when you come back around, you won't have a dialogue box open. It's a little bit faster, probably. I don't know. R series, okay. Run's going okay. I have no idea where my go mode is, but that's fine. So the trick with them, you can kill them all at the same time, and then they won't do their counter. I'm not feeling good about shock, so I'm going to see what Uzi Punch does instead. You know, potentially very dangerous, but yeah, very dangerous. So I can't one-shot them yet. Maybe after all this damage I take, I can. One-shotting is good. It means they don't counter. I'm fast enough that I think I can punch one of them to see if it kills them and then heal up afterwards if I need to. Okay, so I'm gonna play a little risky here. I'm just gonna punch him. Hope for the best. Fingers crossed. Valiant Fist. So, HP that I'm missing will make my damage higher. It's what people think Crisis is before they learn what Crisis is, because the vanilla game doesn't really explain how it works. Yeah, that silver stud's looking pretty good. Unfortunately, I've got a prism spec, so I still don't want it. Interesting thing, when it's down to one R series here, he can explode in like an area bomb that does a lot of damage. I don't know what the exact trigger is on that, but I'm just gonna avoid it. I don't want to die here. So yeah, even in solo, you know, even with, you know, no AoE, you can still kind of beat the boss without incurring their wrath if you know, play with the HP well enough. It could have been longer, you know, I could have had to like hit them twice to kill them, so I just damage each one down individually and then one-shot them at the end. As long as you don't like attack one and not kill it when there's two already dead, you're not going to get the big counter. So that opens up Frog. We've got a bent sword, a bent hilt. No, we don't have a bent hilt, sorry. We got a bent sword, so if we find Tata's house, that's an option. If we find the bent hilt, we can do the reforge check. But we haven't found that yet. So I'm going to come back in here. It takes like 10 seconds to walk in and out again, but, you know, for all the encounter skips, dialogue skips, not having to avoid stuff, I think it's worth it. Yeah, I find it's pretty nice to explain what you're doing to people that are watching, because, you know, very few people actually know what's going on in this randomizer. It doesn't have like those years of, you know, content to really make it accessible, and I get that. And then, of course, entrance rando on top of that's pretty weird, so. So don't even have to fight that, because we've already cleared. I'm gonna mark that this is the cathedral. You know, another potential recruit if we need it. What else can I even do here? I can get Chrono. I can recruit Frog. I can do Magus's castle solo, but that sounds like a terrible idea with Robo. I guess I'm gonna bite the bullet. I don't see like a reasonable path forward without recruits at this point, so we're just gonna play like a normal person now. Unfortunately, we got pretty close, but you know, I did make the logic convoluted, so solo might not have been on the table in the first place. So Chrono's here. We're gonna get him, get a key item. We're gonna reassess from there. I know he's got a 20 MP spin cut, so looking for like a, you know, a good pairing for that. We're at a high enough level that his gear should be decent starting out. Yeah, I'm probably gonna go back eventually. So I can do Ocean Palace now. I can do some sealed chests. Let's see what I've got here. So I do have that stupid Valiant mop, but I'm gonna try to avoid that. Get some protect on him, why not? Yeah, I'm kind of feeling the prism specs on Chrono actually, and the haste helm. Gimme. Feeling greedy. Yeah, I'll protect him too, why not? Sight cap. Be a dash ring. Fast robo. I really should have checked that character, but whatever. So Frog was at the castle. What's a good way to get there? Gosh. I don't know. I've got so many options. I'll just take one and see what happens. So I can show you. Let me pause this real quick. There we go. So I'm trying to get to where Frog is in 600. My timer didn't pause. Crap. Whatever. You know, there's 8 different ways to get there, but I'm just trying to think like what the quickest way to get there from where I am is, and I have no idea. Absolutely no idea. Probably through prehistory, if I had to guess. I'm just gonna do that. Yeah, that's all pen and paper. I'm a very, very talented artist. I can do pixel art with a pen. Don't ask how. It's it took a lifetime to figure out the process. I can't really explain it right here. Yeah, the unfortunate thing is it's very hard to see, you know, on a tiny portion of a screen. So, you know, mostly I keep it off screen until it's necessary, I guess. Anyway, see if I can remember to play the game here. If I get to 600, I can do something. Why did I think this got me to 600? I don't know. I do not know. You know, I can take the boat, I guess. That'll be my path, whatever. I probably lost like a minute trying to figure out what a good path was, but that's okay. This is good enough. So we'll get Frog. I guess we'll check what the cathedral character is, just in case, you know, it ends up being something we need anyway. Yeah, Dactyl was an option. So we can open up the magic cave. I don't think we have any real good reason to do that. Let me see. Well, I guess it's a decently fast way to get to 600 from 1,000. Yes, I found Protodome. I don't have a gate key. I don't have the factory yet. I haven't found that. What's his flash blade? Speed? Sure. So definitely a magic frog seed. See if I got any magic. Yeah. I'll just put that on, sure. Any other magic? Magic ring? Sure. So spin cut and water would be good. Get the sword stream going. That might be the best thing I can do right now. I'm gonna go ahead and do that cathedral as well, just to see what's there. I can remember how to get there. Yeah, highly unusual frog. So Robo, even though I invested all the speed tabs into him, depending on what we find here, we may just drop him. We'll see. I can get more speed tabs if I want. That's a lot of stuff. So there is a character here. People do use slash on them, but it was I did a screen wide that also one hit them. So Ayla, I don't think I'm keeping Robo. Or maybe Frog, we'll see. Got a cheap rock throw, got a really good dino tail. Golly. That's really good. I apologize to... Apologize to... You know what, I'll keep the Robo. Goodbye, Frog. We hardly knew you. Do I have a gold earring? Yes. Give Ayla haste. Choices. Give her the specs too, sure. Chrono some power, maybe? No, give him speed. I'll take the speed. Oh, that's good too, man. No, I'll get Chrono specs. Sorry, very lost in the sauce right now. So many possibilities. So I can do Tyranno for the objective. How do I get... I think I know. This might not be the best way to get there, but it's the one I remember, so... probably a good use of my time. So I think I can safely invest my power tabs on Chrono. Really holding out for a good weapon. That'll really take him to the next level. Magic tabs... I'm gonna lay low on that. It's always a possibility I find something actually worth using those on. Gonna go through Lab 32. So this will take us to Tyranno Lair, which is an objective. We do have a transition point in the Mount Woe area that I haven't seen the other side of, and it requires objectives to unlock, so... I guess Ocean Palace was an option too, now that I think about it. So... I don't necessarily have a strong reason to go there, though. I'll just commit to this. So we'll get all these chests. We'll just go here, go up, go down, go across, go left, down, back up. I'm gonna go over here, down here, up, right side, open, open that. We're gonna hold down left till we get here, go down, push A at the top, and we got through. Mud Imp, I hate this boss. This boss sucks. But we'll get through it. We're okay. Gonna see if I can lean into the Valiant on Robo to get through this quicker. Holy moly. That's a lot of damage. I can get some, I think maybe a mermaid cap off this guy. Okay, so they don't want to hit Robo for some reason. That's okay. I don't think the red guy gives anything good. Maybe like a power tab or something stupid. Elixir, that's fine. Yeah, I believe they do. So, skill issue on my part. I was hoping they do like the AoE counter so I wouldn't have to worry about it, but they didn't. Unfortunate. Well, whatever. We're gonna do some damage now. This guy, I don't know what he charms. Something stupid. Speed tab, good enough. So he's pretty close to dead. I'm hoping the Valiant Robo can just kill him outright. I think he can at this point. Almost certainly at this point. Gonna stack the deck. Okay, we're fine. I'm highly tempted to do like a super degenerate strategy for Tyranno. And of course, when I'm highly tempted to do something, I just do it. So we're not gonna use a oopsie. I should have moved up there. Sorry. Whatever. Kill it. Anyway, we're not gonna heal. We're gonna use Bogey to put Azala to sleep. Or stop or whatever. We're gonna put a haste helm on Robo, just for a laugh. I'm not gonna worry about like fire resist or anything, because I've got some hubris going into this. I give the haste helm to Robo. Give him some ruby armor too, why not? Red mail. Let's give you some speed, sure. Yeah, I need to stop talking while playing. It's just not a good idea. Oh my gosh. I almost hit that button, sorry. Yeah, like I said, not gonna shelter. We're just gonna YOLO it, see what happens here. I've got what I think is a strategy. We'll see how it actually pans out. So, Azala, you can status if it works. So instead of doing 7,671 magic damage, we just do that instead. Valiant goes through defenses. Other damage really doesn't. So I'm just gonna do some Valiant auto attacks until the defenses go down. Like I said, very degenerate. Probably not worth all the trouble, but we'll see what happens. Okay, so it did not hit Robo. That's good. Just gonna heal him. So as you can see, like even critting didn't really contribute any extra damage there. So this is probably like the most efficient use of my time. Really put some numbers up on the boss. Okay, boss is not stopped anymore. Sucks. I'm gonna restop the boss. I don't know why that wore off. I guess some time had elapsed, but it didn't feel like that much. Thankfully, once again, not targeting Robo. I'll heal him up. So even if we get stuck into like this phase, given enough time, we'll get through it safely. Without really using any consumables, probably. Okay, so we're on to the phase where we have to actually do damage. So Twister sucks. Volt Bite sucks. This Falcon hit's gonna be the thing to do, probably. It's gonna be a good thing, of course. It's not like a bad thing by any means. So that's where our phase 2 damage is gonna come from. Robo's gonna do pretty good as well, but not quite that good. Mostly we used him to hopefully ensure that we don't get the fire breath. I'm not sure what the deal is with the boss here, but for some reason the physical damage is hitting through the defenses. I don't know if that's because of stop or what. Interesting quirk. I'll have to remember that for later. So maybe like one more turn, we'll be done. No danger. So we had another objective, Magus's castle, that we could knock out. Depending on, you know, what opens up after this, we may do that. We haven't found factory. We haven't found the gate key, so we can't do end of time. It's entirely possible that's what happened. Yeah, I don't actually know. Normally I don't attack, you know, Azala at that point. So, good possibility. Wouldn't be surprising at all. What did I say we were gonna do? Alright, so I don't need Haste Helm on Robo anymore, probably. Give it to Chrono. Well, I'll give it to Chrono. For those packs, Dash Ring. Maybe Sight Capture. Army Cap. Alright, I'm gonna heal up. While this plays, I'm gonna see if I can figure out where the Giga Gaia was. Okay, it's there. See if I can get to 600 a little quicker this time. There's too many options. How many megas do I have now that I think about it? 1. Okay. So I can't remember if you can actually get like more than 1 mega per fight. We're gonna find out. If I can get like 3 or 4 of these, I'll be pretty happy. Oh no. I really wanted to kill that one. I guess I'll just let them kill each other. Okay, that guy's just gonna kill all of them, that's fine. He's the strongest. So now I gotta kill them before they kill me. I'm gonna play it a little dangerous, just auto attack. So we'll see how many megas we got. We got 3, so we can actually charm 2 of them. Could have charmed 4 if, you know, the bite RNG was a little better, but 3's good. We'll probably come back. So I can get to 600 through. I didn't open the magic cave. Oh no. Oops. I don't think I did. Oopsie. What have I done? Crap. You know what, we'll try it. Worst case scenario, we get a sealed chest, whatever. I don't think it'll open automatically from this direction. That would be really silly if it did. Okay. Alright. My shortcut, just like in real life, actually was not a shortcut. I got lost, I got pulled over, got a flat tire now. Alright, what's a not stupid way there? I think I have an idea. So really demonstrating, you know, what entrance rando can be if you make flight really hard to get. Not mad. Don't tell them I was mad, but definitely get a little bit lost. You know, I do say early flight especially um, kind of takes the fun out of it, and that is true. But I'm not sure like what depth of flight feels the best yet. Yeah, I came all this way for Giga Guy, and where do I? Okay, I know now. But you know, that's something we're gonna find out. Yeah, we're still kind of experimenting with these settings, and by that I mean nobody's actually using them yet that I'm aware of. So I'm the guinea pig. I'm the fool. Once we actually get like logical access to the end game, we'll be fine. We just haven't gotten that far yet. So I'm gonna see where this goes. I don't think we've seen the other side of it, so good possibility it opens up like a lot more stuff. I can't rule out the possibility that Ocean Palace was the correct way to go, but we'll see. We will see. Okay, so new area. Last village. Chop, okay. Got a Valiant Sonic Arrow. That's interesting. I'm gonna make a note of that while I wait for this guy to move. Okay, he didn't move. So every time you come in here, basically it resets the RNG. So there's a chance, like with the right RNG value, that he moves within a few seconds. So that's what I'm doing there. Okay, so I do have a factory. I can get to end of time. I don't think that does me a lot of good yet. I don't have the bucket unlocked, but if I do Magus's castle, then I can do it that way. I do have, you know, the necessary stuff to make that doable. I hate birds. So factory boss. I saw what it was. I don't remember what it was. What was that? It was something I hated. Something I didn't want to actually fight. I know that much. Mother Brain. I think it was Mother Brain. I think we've got a decent enough party for Mother Brain. It shouldn't be a problem at this point. I was more worried about like the solo robo start. Alright, the time is 1:57:06. We know what that means. It's time to go pee. 1:57:06 every run. It's potty time. So just remember that for next time. I'll be right back. Oops. Okay, so I've heard tales that every time somebody goes to the bathroom while streaming, they lose like 20% of their viewers. I had 6, now I've got 5, so seems to be true. Somebody let them know I came back. I don't know who they were. I didn't like them anyway, whoever they were. So we just kind of hug the outside wall here. I need to remember to get my MP back before I fight the boss. That's probably going to be important. So, a nice triple tech in this game is Twister. I've got a particularly bad roll on it, but it is just like a really good... Oh no, I'm sorry. Well, she can be jaundiced today, I guess. Well, tomorrow, I think is when you said you were gonna run. Anyway, yeah, even though like it didn't roll really well, it's still a strong tech, so pretty useful there. So mostly I want MP on Chrono. I don't care about anybody else right now. While I'm at it, no, I'll keep this for now. I'm gonna change my strategy up when I actually get to Lavos, whenever that ends up being. So Magus's castle, it would get me my bucket plus gauntlet. I don't necessarily want to do the gauntlet. I don't necessarily want to do Magus's castle, so I'm gonna explore a little bit more, see if I can find something a little bit better. But at least you know the patch worked, right? You know, since you see the different eyes, it's good to know. So I'm gonna do Boogie. Boogie, of course, on this boss stops the displays. So no more healing for them. At level 50, Mother Brain's probably got like 8 to 10,000 HP. I'm not actually sure. Shouldn't take very long. Yeah, I'm just gonna do like one Falcon hit. So this is a boss sometimes people struggle on. Things to remember: status on the screens. The boss doesn't have that much HP, so if you have decent damage, decent speed, in a pinch, you can just blitz the boss down, even if you kill the displays. So we'll see what else we can get up to here. Kind of running out of options, but not quite. Medina, last village. I really don't want to do Magus's castle. I guess I could get my time machine. Maybe that's the answer I'm looking for. Maybe. I'm gonna go see what that is, I guess. How do I get there? This one? Forest. Mumble. I guess I don't know. I know I've found the other side of this. I just don't remember where it went. I'm gonna double check it. I'm gonna get the sealed chest while I'm here. That's right. That's why I didn't... I should have noted it anyway, so I didn't do this a second time. Oops. We live, we learn. Mistakes get made. Whatever. We got a ruby gun. Dark Ages. So... we're gonna see where that time machine takes us, I suppose. We've got the North Cape as well. I don't know that recruiting a character is gonna change anything yet. We haven't found the desert. We haven't found the moonstone. I guess I could make Magus's castle faster if I have to do that. I'd rather not have to do that. End of time, it'll get us the bucket, but it's not going to get us any new spots because I think I've found pretty much all the gates at this point. Specchio is not an objective. So I can go to Dark Ages. I haven't been there yet. But now I can get around the map a lot easier. I should have thought of that, you know, at the time I got the pendant charge. That could have saved me a lot of trouble. So West Cape, I can open up whatever's on Giant's Claw. I can't get to that island yet. But maybe soon. I just need a gate key or flight or something. Hoping people enjoy watching me kind of get confused. Usually I've got like more of a plan than this, but just a little bit convoluted this time. You know, I made it hard to get flight on purpose, so expected. Nizbel's Fort, so that's Aussie Fort. I'm gonna go ahead and stop in, just on the off chance I can get a ribbon out of here. I don't think I'll do the full dungeon. I don't think I need anything at this point. It's not an objective, there's no key item. I don't really need levels. By the time I actually find the end game, I'll probably be level 50 anyway. So, interesting thing here, if I'm not mistaken, Crawley takes extra damage from shadow magic. I think Twister might be shadow. Yeah. So I'm gonna Twister him, we're gonna see what that does. I know it's like the worst tech on the planet right now. It's probably gonna do like 2200 damage or something stupid, but... Oh, never mind, 7700. That's a little bit better. I was off. So again, Crawley takes extra shadow damage. Don't forget that. It's easy to forget. I don't know why that's the case, but... I'll fight whatever this is. I hope it's Atropos, but I have no idea. Oh, great. Okay. So Robo actually a viable character now. I'm just gonna, completely out of morbid curiosity, see what Twister does on her. I know it's not gonna be nearly as good. But good information for the end game. You know, if Twister's actually worth using or not, worth investing the magic tabs. Oh, you know what? It might be. Put like prism specs and some magic tabs on Ayla. That could actually be really good. Although, laser spin, what's that do? 16.8. So, actually, magic tabs on Robo would be the answer. Not a very common answer. I'm just gonna keep him, I guess. Crap, I didn't mean to do that. Oops. Really tempted to just lean into the Twister just for fun. You know what? Let's give you the haste helm. I've got a better idea. Kind of all over the place with my gearing today. Protection. I did have that power seal somewhere. I may actually go back for that if I'm gonna commit to this. Anyway, not important yet. We're gonna see what's over here. I don't think I've checked that yet. It's got to be something, right? Yeah. Okay. So that's gonna open up some new locations. Gonna be another key item, another boss down. Might have been like the missing piece to getting through this whole time. Yeah, so the template, I did have to kind of do some janky stuff to decouple the dress, but that also means that, yeah, the eye color matches like the highlight in the hair instead. So still not perfect. If I was maybe a little more patient, I could probably have found like a better answer to that. But I'm not patient. Editing sprites, especially things that are so locked in like that, not really something I care to do. The eye patch thing in that patch I posted the other day, it's not included. I wouldn't worry about it. It's just a silly one. Just a silly little guy. So, even though Twister rolled like crap, I'm gonna lean into it just for fun. It's not a strategy you see all that often in this randomizer, so just put the multipliers on it, with the text that go into it. For whatever reason, it ends up being good most of the time. If it rolls really well, I could be doing like quad 9s instead, but not today. Not today. I've got a pretty silly strategy in mind for Lavos. So I'm gonna remember to turn that in later. I'm gonna see where this goes. It should lead me to a new place. And that may, have the answers we're looking for, or it may not. We'll see. So cave into a cave. Great. Yeah, the journey continues. How are we doing on speed? Robo needs it. Does Ayla have like a speed fist or something? Why is she so fast? We may never know. I don't think I gave her speed tabs, but maybe I did. Alright, this cave goes here. Okay, that's something. A lot of transitions in this run. I just clicked on our series, didn't I? Oops. Okay. That was nothing. Please be something. Labubu Ruins. Okay, that opens up more things at least. Another like 4 entrances or so. Alright, what is going on here? Bunch of crap, okay. Elixir, hardly newer. Alright, so we've got Dactyl. We're gonna see where that takes us. See if I can remember how to get there. I got an idea. Really hoping for flight before I really messed with like the sealed chests, but getting pretty tempted to just check those, see if I can find like a better weapon for Chrono or something. So we got Dactyl. Should have Dactyl. What was hunting range? Market. I think I checked that already. So we'll see what the Sunkeep is. We'll see what Tyranno Lair is. We'll see what Reptile Lair, South Forest Maze. Okay, commons. So that's my flight. I'll put some crap on Chrono. I do this every time. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to put some good stuff on Chrono. I'm going to put Chrono in front. Put Ayla in the 3rd spot. Take stuff off Robo. Take stuff off Ayla. Spending half of the seed just changing equipment around. Probably not the smartest thing ever. But we're going to do it some more. We're going to get captured. We're going to do Blackbird. Hopefully it's not Retinite so we can actually kill it. If it is Retinite, I'm going to reset. I'm going to put Frog in the party. We've already done the Golem. The Nizbels, obviously we have lightning for those. So, mostly just looking for Retinite. So, Giga Mutant and Flea. Flea first, then Giga Mutant. You can tell it's Giga Mutant from the colors. I've got a guide I'm going to make on mutant identification. Maybe by 2028. I'll stop talking about it. But what you need to know about the Giga Mutant, it's got very strong physical defense. Inexplicably also strong magic defense, but you need to use magic to kill it, mostly. You know, it sucks your MP when you attack it. Generally a very annoying boss all around. Fucking hit. So I don't remember getting a Slasher 2, but I did get one, and it's better than the weapon I was using, so... Twister, gonna hit a little bit harder, not by much. I really should just like lean into the Falcon hit instead, but I have a plan. You guys are gonna love it. It's a solid plan. Absolutely no chance that anything goes wrong, I promise. It's gonna be fun. I say that as I check my view count and see it's down to 3. We'll get him back. So I said flee first, I think. Yeah. So unfortunately, Twister not gonna be so good on this boss. I'm gonna do Falcon hit instead. It's not gonna hit nearly as hard because no prism specs, but it's okay. Oh, I forgot to put equipment on. I'm screwed. I'm gonna die. So, Robo and Ayla, they're pretty much naked. I got items back, but I didn't put them on. Crap. I'm gonna reset. I don't think I can do it. That's what I get for talking. At least I don't have to peek the bosses again. Tempting to bring Frog back, but I'm not gonna do that. I didn't even save after putting equipment on. What's wrong with me? Golly, all the time I saved here is not time saved anymore. So let me do this the right way. This is awkward. Been an embarrassing run. But less embarrassing than getting to the Giga Mutant and not being able to kill it. So we'll take that. Still a time save over doing that. So here's the quick way. We started at about 220. We're gonna go up here. Gonna go around here. Chrono, we kept his equipment on because we're gonna go to the chest that has character 1's items right here. It's free. Ayla, we kept her in the 2nd or 3rd slot because she can fight without her equipment. So we've got two characters for this. Gonna hug the left, go in here, item chest. Gonna try to kill these scouters fast. And I understand, sprites are fun. It's fun to make custom palettes and stuff. So within like a minute and 20 seconds, we're gonna be on the wings. Not counting like the time it takes to put the equipment back on that I totally forgot to do. So let's call it like a minute 30 instead. If I can remember what gear. Giga Arm, Mermaid Cap, Nova Armor, Prism Specs. She had Haste Helm, Ruby Armor, and Magic Ring? Okay. So I've got a Ayla hasted. Reason for that is, you know, she contributes to like Robo Dual Tech. She contributes to Chrono Dual Tech. Contributes to Twister, even Dino Tail. Depending on the situation, will be good. So like we really want, you know, to use her turns as much as possible. Let's see like what Beast Toss does, for example. Should be pretty good. Maybe not like Falcon hit good, but it'll be better actually because I've got that Prism specs on. So I take some damage there, but whatever. I'm just gonna make Robo hit harder. So Falcon hit again. Boss should be like close to death. Maybe just one Beast Toss away. So we used up all of Chrono's MP, but because we're gonna use Twister on the Giga Mutant, his contribution to that costs like 2 MP. So, you know, not in danger of running out. If anybody does, it's Robo, but Ayla can just throw an Ether on him because she's fast. Got a Flea Vest. Good for nipple lasers, especially. Hopefully we don't need it. Like I said, I've got a plan. I can't promise it's a good one, but it's there. It exists. A Twister, you know, normally in this situation it would probably do over 5,000, but because Giga Mutant has magic defense, maybe not. No, okay, but still, like a couple of those will be set. I think Laser Spin costs 20. So we're gonna have to get his MP back if we get a turn. So Ayla should be back quick. And one more Twister should kill the boss. So even though we've got like, you know, a pretty non-magical party. Some would say the worst party for magic. Their triple tech still does magic damage, so it's still pretty good. You know, no big deal. No big deal at all. So we've got the bucket unlocked. We haven't opened the End of Time, but we know where it is. We've got what we need for it. So I don't have Luca for Charge Moonstone. I can't do the King's Trial. I don't have anything for that. Vanilla Terra Mutant spot is very buried. So I'm not doing that for sure. Got 3 megas, some hyper. You know, I'm just gonna go for it. I think we're fine. I did say that we were gonna be fine. So I'm gonna go to End of Time, and we're gonna unveil the strategy. I'm gonna remember to put my gear back on before I forget. That's kind of important. Pretty unconventional gearing choices here. Pretty unconventional tab usage. But we're gonna make it work. We're gonna have some fun. I got 55 power meals. Hopefully that's enough. We'll see. So because this is using the new features on the bot, while I've got the bucket unlocked, I have not gotten the skip on the Lavos Gauntlet, so it's gonna be a long fight. I've got a speed tab, that's nice. Gonna double check. Good protection. She doesn't have protection. That's okay. We're fine. So for the gauntlet, I'm just gonna spam out as much damage as I can to get through it quickly. We're gonna cross our fingers, hope that power meals recover us well enough, just so we don't use our actual combat consumables on easy fights. We're gonna see how this goes. If I had to estimate like a finish time, I don't know, 2:45. Hopefully quicker than that, but I'm still kind of learning, like, you know, how long the gauntlet takes to do. I think it's unscaled. So, very vanilla Lavos here. If I had done Magus's Castle, I could have skipped this. If I found, you know, the other objectives, maybe I could have skipped even more. Oh, so because I think Shadow works on everything here, I'm just going to use Twister. I could have done Falcon Hit, it would have worked, but I just want to see what this does. I feel like that should have been better. I'm gonna have to try that again. If Twister ends up just not actually being good, I'm probably gonna change it. Yeah, happy to help. I mean, we do love, you know, people learning the randomizer. Entrance Rando especially is a lot of fun. Also, hello, Lila Veer. Good to see you. Twister, I hardly know her. So I'm just going to spam this a lot. I think that's going to solve most bosses. Yeah, I suppose that is true. Thank you for the good luck. I think we're gonna be okay, but you know, anything could happen. So on this one, I'm gonna Falcon Hit. It does absorb the shadow damage, so Twister, maybe not the best idea. I think after this one, I'm gonna do some Power Meal spam, get my MP back. So if you keep resetting, eventually you're going to get a good one. Eventually. Oh, sure. Works on her. Whatever. Okay, good enough. So, a little bit of a time loss, but so is buying more consumables, so... Or, you know, not having enough for the last boss and wiping. That's a pretty big time loss. I'll take the power meals here. Non-combat consumable, so, you know, having that break between phases is actually really good use case for that. I'm just gonna do lightning, then hopefully I don't know if this was hot fixed or not. I guess we're gonna see. Unclear. Something about I think like the second text slot not actually reducing the defense. So we're gonna try Luminaire. That might work. So I guess that's not fixed yet. No worries on that. Understandable. Okay, there we go. So we're gonna try Beast Toss. Hopefully that 2 shots it. Oh, we can't even do it. Never mind. Never mind. We're gonna do Twister instead. Anyway, thankfully, most of the time when you do Entrance Rando, it's not going to be as convoluted as this was. I did make sure, like, the logic was especially difficult. I buried Flight. I didn't allow the Jets of Time item. So normally you would get Flight a lot easier than we did here today. Yes, you are late. Thankfully, YouTube has a fast forward button. Can I beast toss Lavos Met? No? Okay. I guess you just can't beast toss him. Doesn't matter what the actual boss is. So we were fishing for that. We also got, some good information, some good intel off of doing that. So now we can do our twister and probably 3-shot the boss. Maybe 2-shot if we let the defenses drop. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing I said. Alright, so this will go down pretty easy. So, just because this boss has a little bit more HP, I'm gonna try to recover again. Kind of a rhythm to that. Just gonna do a lot of twisting. So I'm seeing in the chat, nobody's asking if my time estimate has changed. Not really, it hasn't. I'm still spiritually feeling like 245, optimistically. Which, considering like the amount of stuff we had to do and how convoluted it was / how bad I am, why did that do less damage? Still a pretty good time, all things considered. Most people playing Entrance Rando would probably be very happy to have a time like this, even in like an easier seed. So. Give me that MP. Come on. Come on. I just want a little. Give me 40. Okay. So I think this is the last phase before the actual fight. I'm just gonna blast him. I've got 3 megas, so once we actually get to the hard fights, we should be fine. So as you can see, if you get like a free objective before this, you might as well just take it, because it'll probably save you a good 10 minutes just not having to do this entire gauntlet. I need to do 10,000 damage. Robo needs like 40 MP total. I'm just gonna use ethers at this point, whatever. We're on the actual boss now. I can use real consumables. If I can get in before the Confuse goes out, this should go very quickly. And then I can kind of unveil what I've been cooking up this entire seed. It's all led up to this. What does a Mega Elixir do? I don't know. Oh no, oh. It's over. I've lost. I almost made it. We'll run it back for like 20 minutes. we reached level 50 pretty much just in time for the boss. That worked out pretty well. Even if we got here earlier, I'm still feeling pretty confident about our chances. I've got that particular strategy I'm going to utilize here. If I got any tabs, anything else relevant? Good enough. I wish I had status protect on Ayla, but 6 magic is fine too. I do have a hotkey for that second controller, but I think I've got it disabled right now. I promise I'm not going to use it. I shouldn't need it. Oh, hello, turn. I don't think it'll actually let me attack, but could have been cool. So Ayla is going to be very low health, as is everybody else. I'm just going to die. That was my plan all along. I hope it's a good one. I doubt it is. I really doubt it is. Oh, maybe we got lucky. So I've got a 15 MP Dino Tail. For those not in the know, that's vanilla, I think. So gonna do some decent damage off of that, kill that arm. I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna use my Mega. I'm gonna lose access to Dino Tail at this point, but whatever. I don't want to die to the Confuse or the Poison either. Yes, 11 HP bros is correct. So my magic defense is just dog water. Any magic attack is gonna probably just kill me, but barring that, whatever, we're fine. So if you queue up an attack on Ayla here, even though she gets confused, it's gonna use up her ATB anyway, so she won't actually attack you. Little cute thing to know. I'm gonna do a Twister. I'm not in Dino Tail HP range yet. I'm just gonna do like a Rolo kick or wait for turns even, possibly. You know, now I'm gonna use Dino Tail, actually. Let me heal the poison off. I didn't even get it. Oh, I've ruined my everything. So, while Dino Tail, crap, I really messed up my ATB there. While Dino Tail is like a good option here, I've got other plans. I'm gonna heal Chrono and Robo so they don't die. That's step 1. The boss is below half HP, so I'm not like in danger of not killing it or anything. I don't think I can possibly squeeze in another attack, but we'll see. It's not gonna matter. I don't have the MP on Robo anyway. So should be like one Twister away from killing it. Ayla will die here, intentionally, so. So he's not actually going to get an attack in here. I'm just going to use Twister. You got like a good 2 or 3 turns here, depending on your speed, haste and whatnot, before he starts attacking again. So as long as you get through the Shadow Doom Blaze, you can kind of recover from there, which I didn't actually do. Or, you know, whatever. Kill him outright. So I'm feeling confident about my my menu glitch here. I don't usually miss it. If I do, it's gonna be a problem, but whatever. Yeah. I'm gonna use Ayla to heal them. Get some MP back. Alright, so I'm gonna put Robo in the middle for reasons that will become clear in a second. Gonna open with Dino Tail. It's gonna kill the left bit. It's gonna do a pretty good amount of damage to the middle. I'm gonna do Max Cyclone here to get like a double spin cut. I'm not sure if that's better than spin cut plus Uzi Punch, but it should be good enough, I think. So I'm gonna Dino Tail again. So if my math is correct, we should be making a smiley face about now. As long as he doesn't attack. So we lost 10 HP on the phase change there. Come on, okay. We're gonna Twister. So the middle bit has 10,000 HP, so it's gonna die. The right bit has 30,000. We've done 53 there, so like 6 twisters and it dies. I'm gonna do a Dino Tail just to weave in some damage while I wait for the other guys to come up. So that was 53, this will be like, what, 27? Like a good 8,000 there. That'll be 13.3 or so. Something like that. So about 16,000, about halfway there. I'm gonna stop leaning into the Dino Tail at this point. 3 twisters should do it. I don't think we're in any like immediate danger. I don't think. I'm gonna wait for the heal to go out. No heal going out, I guess. Normally, you know, the left bit heals after the bits come back, but whatever. We shouldn't have assumed. Nice. So, one more twister will kill the middle. Don't die, don't die, don't die. So the middle will go down. Ayla's gonna eat the X strike, but she's Ayla, so it's probably not gonna kill her. I don't think. He's fine. So I could come close to killing it with a Dino Tail, but I'm just gonna twist her instead. Save the turn. So all in all, you know, like I said, I was feeling good about it. You know, got a decent party, good strategy. You know, if you come in with a plan, it's not really a big difficult boss. Thank you for the GG. So I know the time looks absolutely atrocious, but you know, for the settings I was running, I'm sure it's fine. I don't know if I have time to do like a commentated second seed, but I could probably like run one anyway. maybe a little bit of commentary. We'll see. But I'm gonna get to the ending. I'm gonna let the music play. We're gonna bring up the entrance tracker while the music plays. We're gonna pretend like we read all that. I'm just trying to save time so we can get a second seed. So forgive me. So there's all my sprites except for Magus, which we never recruited. And now they're gone. All gone. I'm sorry for your ears, by the way. So we're gonna watch the king get killed by the sunstone. We'll let that play. See, I'm gonna bring up my entrance tracker so you guys can see the nightmare. I've clicked the wrong button again. So, I don't know if you've ever played Kerplunk, the game for children, but it kind of looks like that right now. I found like 20 transitions before I got flight. I had more notes, but I deleted a lot of them. Pretty convoluted path. My flight ended up being like at Vanilla Protodome, which took a long time to find. To get there, we had to go through the cave where Zeal Palace was. To get to Zeal Palace, we had to get our charge pendant, take the time machine to 12,000, go through the Sky Gate to get there. To get the pendant, I don't remember. I'm gonna make these icons a little bit larger, just for the viewers at home. A little bit easier to see that way. So as you can see, like it was, because I didn't have flight, we had access to a lot of stuff. It was very interconnected. Typically I'd say that's a good thing. However, because like there were so many different transitions, finding like, you know, a quick path to get somewhere got a little bit confusing. You know, I could find like 5 slow paths, but you know, not ideal. You know, we had Frog at the castle. That was pretty important. Our time machine was right there. It took a little while to find 600 AD, but whatever. We had a North Cape recruit we didn't get. You know, had some decent stuff in shops, but nothing worth like coming back and grabbing. Overall, I'd say, you know, pretty good seed. It was fun. Took a little bit of time to get through it, but whatever. So I'm gonna do some setup, possibly run another one. I'll commentate it for a little while. I'll probably stop at some point once I can't do it anymore, and we're just gonna go from there. So if we have wrong scene, that's for Jets of Time. Nope. Here we go. Okay, I've got too many of these, sorry. So if anybody has some suggestions while I get ready, you know, any settings you want to see, maybe like a character you want to start with, maybe multiple characters you want to start with, entrance, non-entrance, you want to see max price shops, I don't care, let me know. We'll run it, we'll commentate it as much as we can, then we'll go from there. So again, enjoy the music. I'll be right back. Ruined. Dropped my cheese. My cheese. Crap. I'm gonna drop my. So I did some thinking. I think I'm gonna do like the same settings but without entrance rando. See how like the no flight stuff works in like a normal seed. You know, maybe I'll be able to get through the seed in less than 2 hours. That'd be nice. Again, haven't tried this flag set in a normal run. I don't know like what the implications of late flight access are, but we will find out. But again, if anybody else has any ideas, let me know. Any tweaks I can make, any starting characters, anything fun, whatever. Okay, let me get this set up real quick. We can see kind of in real time how long this actually takes. So I'm going to modify my settings file. I think that's everything I needed to do there. So no entrance rando, starting with the time machine, but otherwise same settings. We got another slow starter, it looks like. I'm not going to look at any other spoilers. So I've got the patch. I'm going to apply the patch real quick. I'm going to close this. Okay. So we should be good to go. Open my game back up. Okay. Should be good. So I did like some extra stuff, applied like sprite patches and deleted my saves and stuff, but that still didn't take very long. So we're gonna roll out here. I think. For those of you that are interested in seeing more content of this, Two-Tone Tony on YouTube, you can search him. He just posted another run. He's pretty entertaining, does a lot of entrance rando. I think he's trying out Chrono Sanity. For those that know what that is, just key items in chess. So we're all set. We're all connected. Got a Marl starter. God, I should have looked at what the spoilers were here. So we're gonna see X Strike again. 1-in-1 Cyclone and Slurp Cut. Not that great. I'm gonna fast forward. Got some Robots at the Mystic Mountains. Northgate Magus at Eris Dome. Frog's Last Tech, 15 MP. Frog Squash. So not a great frog, but Squash is still pretty good. Got Flea at the Factory. Spin Cut, 2, Ice, 2. So we found nothing good in the cutscene here. Kind of an ominous start here. So we know Ice is going to be bad. Ice 2 possibly good. I'm not sure. So once again, we got some new objectives that I've not seen. A lot of Omen bosses in the new objectives. It seems like I don't remember anybody saying that was a thing that was added, but I guess it was. Yeah, you can do that. You just have to change the list of things that are ineligible for key items. Just a little bit of effort, but it wouldn't be that bad. I'm gonna post my entrance tracker in the channel before I forget. Whoa, oops, I don't want to do that. think I lost half my viewers just now. That's okay. They'll come back. Okay, I'm going to close out of this. Double check, make sure I'm set up. Sorry. Little scatterbrained. I think we're good now. Where were we? Giga Mutant Spot, Giant's Claw, Cyrus Grave, Forge. Moonstone, Aristome, Sun Palace, Specchio. These objectives suck. They're like all buried. So we're gonna have some fun. Once again, Marl start, not ideal. Especially with like a crappy ice, but we'll make it work somehow. So I probably got like a good hour where I can talk, then I'm gonna have to go quiet. Probably. So, same setup, same objectives. Objective counts, I should say, not like same objectives. I should be non-entrance. Yeah, so I'm gonna go to the Mayor's Manor, 3 free chests right next door. Nothing good. I have a power tab that I could sell in a pinch if I want to. If I find like a good weapon or something. I'm gonna try not to though. Usually I don't even allow them to be sold, so 777 Doomsicle is actually pretty good. I'm gonna grab some shelters. I'm not gonna remember that's there, but if I do. So starting with a crappy Marl, Siren 28,000 with Valiant, wow. Maybe spoke too soon there. I'm gonna try to go for some recruits probably. She's slow, she doesn't do a lot of damage. Sonic Arrow. Well, it's no Valiant Siren, but it's cheap. So a pretty productive start to the seed, I'd say. So I'm not so worried about like power anymore. I got a bent hilt. Got Ayla here if we have Dreamstone. Sorry, bent sword. I called it hilt. Super slash here, so I can actually get some levels off of him. He's usually a pretty good grind. I might not even get 1 level, but we're gonna see just in case. So doing about 153 damage per attack, non-crit. Got 2 levels, not bad. So, I mean, anything we fight at this point in the game shouldn't be a big threat. If I'm feeling froggy, I could get Arrow Hail and Ice from the new at a hunting range. I'm considering it, but mostly I want to get some gold. Trying to think, like, let me see what's down here as well. I've got a moon armor there. No immediate usage for that, but it's something. Rainbow shell. $600 gold. So snail stop. I don't have the money for it, but It's got seed. I may want to get the money for that. So while I could solo probably decently for a few dungeons, I think I'm just gonna go for Cathedral. I'm gonna check stuff on the way because I'm not super worried about like pumping the scaling too much. Yeah, we can do that pretty quickly here. Just gotta loot a few things, get some money going. A lot of magic tabs. So Maggoset Burrow, can't get anything from there yet. It's a very froggy woods. I wonder if he had something to do with that. Getting in there. I'm gonna start this quest just to get the free check. So I've got the bent sword. If I send this little kid crying to his mommy and come back, I can turn that in for a key item. I'm not sure which part you're laughing at, but thank you. I feel validated. I feel seen. So I got a regal gown from that. That's pretty nice. I'm gonna put that on. Barrier shield. Feeling a little bit better about soloing now. Half tempted to get more of those and get some gold. Why not? Does this guy have a hammer? Yes, great. So gonna get some regal gowns here. A little bit of an unconventional start to the run, but you know, as I often say, you know, whatever the seed gives you, just lean into it. Have fun. You know, you may be tempted to, you know, start getting recruits, doing checks. Absolutely nothing wrong with that, especially with a start like this. But you know, some of us we like to get like 6 regal gowns and sell them after doing a solo Denadoro. No wrong answers. As long as, you know, what you're doing has some logic behind it. Oh yeah, the frog thing, yeah, that was a banger. Yeah, as long as what you're doing has some logic behind it, you know, you can't really go wrong. Like, I'm also getting full tonics from the non-hammer guys. So, you know, by the time I come out of here, I'm gonna have a lot of money. Any females that, you know, happen to enter my party are gonna be very strong. We don't do that poor results thing around here. So were these the full tonic guys? I think they were. I guess we'll find out. My memory's fading already. So I'm starting to think your starting character doesn't add to the scaling. I also didn't check to see if those dropped full tonics. Just blew right past it. Well, something does. So I'm tempted to does this guy have a hammer? Yeah. Tempted to fight him. Anyway, tempted to do the gauntlet just to get more regal gowns. That's kind of the theme of this run, I guess. We're gonna get like 18 regal gowns and do something stupid with them, I'm sure. Why not? Why not? I think this guy has a hammer too, but we'll how many do we have? Got 4. You know what, let's get more. Okay, so it is the goblins that drop the full tonics. It takes a long time to get over here. So, I'm wearing 1 regal gown. I should have 5 in my inventory. So that gives me 3 to sell and 3 to equip if I've got like a full female party. I think we're okay. I think that's, you know, in an average seed you might get 0.2 regal gowns and still be successful. So you know, running the numbers on that, it's looking pretty good. I think I've spent enough time getting regal gowns. Watch me find a chest with a regal gown in it after I say that. So that should fund my stupid siren with Valiant on it. It's not going to be like a hugely impactful pickup. By the time, you know, Valiant comes online, I'm probably not going to do Arrow Hail anymore because it only costs like 2 MP, but whatever. We're going to be okay. I think because of the way things roll, Ice 2 has to be 20. Yeah, okay. So because I got, you know, crappy rolls on the other 2, that one has to be 20. You're guaranteed to get either like 120 or 2 15, 17, and an 8. Or 115/17 and 1 8. So no 8s means I get a 20. There's still the same number of like 20s, 15s, 17s as there are in vanilla. It's just kind of fairly distributed between the characters. I don't think I have any magic yet, so we're gonna see if this is a mistake. We got a bent hilt, so kind of feeling like Dreamstone, Luca, Robo. We might see some of those pretty soon. Trying to think of what boss this could possibly be. I'm not... Guardian. Oh, okay, that makes sense. I was like, who's Ian? I don't know. So I think my attacks are going to be way better than my magic right now. Magic scales better with levels and stats, but a good weapon at the start, you don't really need to scale for that. It just does good damage. So we killed Guard and Ian. Now we're going to fight Guardian. How much health does he have? 11. So if I got a crit, I'd be okay. I wouldn't need to worry about the counter. I don't think the counter's even gonna do any damage, but crap. It's fine. Still a good practice to do the boss the correct way, even if it's slightly slower. Just so you don't get the idea in your head that you should do something silly like killing the core on Ret Knight, for example. Don't do that. It's a very bad idea. Every single time. I promise it'll basically kill itself by the time you actually get there. So that'll give us +3 scaling from the boss, +1 from the hilt, I believe, so it should put us at 5. We'll do the turn in here. That'll put us at 6. So we got a C trigger. That opens up another check at the fair. You know what? I said I wasn't going to solo, but here we are. Thinking about soloing. So I'm going to check this shop up here, see if there's anything worthwhile. Not really. I'm going to do some chest checking. Look at the funny mushroom man. Burrow chest. I went to Burrow. I can't open it yet. I don't have the hero medal. Yeah, I wish. It feels correct that, you know, that would be what would happen, but I just, yeah, I can't do it yet. So, what I do have is 5 regal gowns. I'm gonna sell 3 of them. I'm gonna buy the Siren. Speed +2 Valiant, I like that a lot. I think some other good thing was for sale here. I think maybe a moon armor. She can't wear it, but maybe I'm thinking of the blue rock. I don't know. I'm gonna buy like 20 mid tonics, 10 full tonics, 20 shelters, sure, whatever. I've got money. I'm rich. Gonna save. I don't want to spend all 50,000 of my gold on the Beckler game, so I'm gonna try to at least get halfway. Like I said earlier, 22 correct inputs will win. If you get past 12, it goes faster. Can't remember what was at the jerky trade now. And once it gets faster, it only costs 5,000 gold to get the item if you lose. If you have the C trigger, it doesn't cost any silver points. You don't need Chrono. You can pay money. If you don't have the C trigger, all of those things do apply. So be mindful of that. There's no logical requirement that you ever do, like the non-C trigger version of this, I don't think. It's considered a sequence break. You need Chrono at the front of the party. You need 40 silver points, and you have to win the game outright. You can't buy it. If you do all that, you'll get the key item. It won't even tell you what it is until you pick it up, but... yeah, it's an option, you know, if you're feeling up to it. You know, if you've already got the silver points because you were grinding or whatever, might as well. You have Chrono. You know, because it is considered a sequence break, you may get something that maybe you weren't supposed to get until later on in the logic. It might actually be really good. But it also may just be a jerky, so... your mileage may vary, your mileage will vary. But once in a while, it works out really well. What was here? Seed. So, again, I've already forgotten what was at Aristome. I think North Cape Magus factory might have been like a flea or something. I don't know. I'm gonna YOLO it. I've got pretty good stuff. Did I do this already? No, I did not. Okay. So as you can see, like, even though we've only done one dungeon, just because like we've got so much stuff that kind of stacked up, opened up a bunch of free checks, and we got gold and whatnot. We've still got like 6 key items already. I'm going to the wrong place because I was talking. Oops. Alright, so we're going to talk to him instead. He's going to give us the rainbow shell. So just like I was saying about 2 seconds ago about opening up like a lot of free checks, there's another one there. I'm going to go ahead and do that too. I'm feeling a little crazy. Gonna pump some scaling before I really get going. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about my my weapons, my armor and stuff, so not great about like helmets, but we'll find something probably. So I'm gonna go up here. We're gonna get this item, whatever it ends up being. There is a shelter there. I've got like 20 of them, so I don't care. Yeah, I'm playing like a little unconventionally compared to probably what some people are used to. But it needs to be said that, you know, it's not necessarily a bad thing to do here. Just because of like the nature of it, you know, so many things open up so many other things. You can find some good gear that, you know, doesn't like require you to you know, be really strong to kind of fight stuff. You know, this is a decision you can make. You know, again, assuming you've got like the power to fight stuff, like the consequences of your actions, for example. So we got that free doom sickle with the 777s. Luca was at back of Cathedral. We can peek that. So if we end up needing Luca, we know that's where she is, guaranteed. I'm gonna double check, make sure I talked to the king. I wasn't sure if I did or not. So if you're used to Jets of Time, you may know you go in here, you talk to the chef, you get locked into the bridge. You don't get locked into the bridge here. He'll give you 2 items. In the normal settings, it's not a key item, but you can make it a key item if you want. You still won't be locked into the bridge, even if it is a key item. So we got Dragon Armor, Power plus 10, that's a DS item. Got a Ruby Vest, which I'm not going to use. The Dragon Armor is only for the boys, so she's not pretty happy to see that, I imagine. So... Alright. So at this point, my thought process is, you know, I've got the seed. The seed is an objective. So I'm going to head in that general direction. But before I go there, I set up the rainbow shell. I'm going to do the rainbow shell. The rainbow shell and the King's Trial are separate. You can get the rainbow shell reward without doing the trial. There's no character at the prison. So that's one dead recruit. Another dead recruit was at the fair. So there's a total of 9 recruit spots, 6 recruits. So if you see like 3 dead recruit spots, you know every single recruit spot after that is guaranteed to have a character. We found 2 of them, so you know 6 out of the 7 recruit spots that we can do at this point will have a character. We already know where 2 of them are. Burrow has Magus. Backup Cathedral has Luca. So we still have 5 recruit spots left to check. 4 of those will have characters. So I got the Thomas Pop. I can set up the Giant's Claw, but I can't do it yet. So I'm not super worried about doing that. You know, I could get like some extra shopping done there. You know, get a couple pickups from like Behind the Grave, The Carpenter's Wife, things like that. I will, however, get some chests before I forget. So there is a misconception here. Grabbing the normal chests from 600 does not empty them in 1000. I've heard a couple people say that. That's not how this or the vanilla game functioned. The sealed chest, yes. You definitely want to, you know, charge that one. grab it in 1,000, and then come back for the 600 one if you need it. But everything else, you know, it is separate. So, so I got the Thomas Pop. You know, once I get the gate key or flight, potentially, that could be really good. I've got the C trigger. If I find the clone, I'm going straight to Death Peak, because I know there's a, you know, an 80% chance there is a character there. And the character there will be level 37. They're going to have all their techs, so, you know, my play around, like, you know, getting those regal gowns, getting the money to get some good gear, not going to any dungeons or recruiting, you know, it may actually pay off, if I do end up doing that. So again, compared to Jets of Time, a little bit more open, like in terms of your routing. You know, a lot of free checks, a lot of things that open up other things. I mean, it's all based around, like, you know, the way the vanilla game works, so it's relatively intuitive. You know, there's still some weird stuff you'll find, but it's, for the most part, pretty logical. I'm just gonna buy this rock helm for a little bit more armor. 2,000 gold. I've got 80,000, whatever. Typically I buy like 10 tonics to go through lab 16 in case I have to go through, like, you know, 3 times or more. You get some free skips from these rats. Like, you can, you know, bump into this guy, go straight through here. There was a quicker way to do that, but I didn't do it. You don't need to bump into that one. That's another misconception. You can just hug the top there and skip everything. This one you do want. Just kind of open that dialogue, go straight through there. So if I had tonics, that would have, you know, been a lot cheaper of a rat. It wouldn't have cost me 500 gold. It'd be like, you know, 100 or 50 or whatever. Save point enemies you like to see. They don't actually do any damage, so you can just kill them, get some free experience, possibly drops. Dinosaurs, 1 in 3 chance. They're a gigasaur. Gigasaurs are not something you want to fight. They're very strong. Especially like solo, they can just kill you pretty easily. With a party, a little bit better, but it's still not great. Not worth the trouble, I think. So we got to double check here. We can do the boss, we can turn the seed in, get the objective. Just really stacking stuff up. So we do have that moon armor here. I'm not going to remember, but if I do, we'll come back for that. Especially like Robo, you really want extra magic defense. It really matters towards the end of the game. So I also did pick up a magic seal. I'm not going to put it on yet. I still want to lean into my auto attacks, but probably later on in the run, that's going to be pretty attractive. Once I get like Ice 2, maybe more party members. But for right now, I'm just leaning into the weapon. We're going to see if I can bully this guy. Again, I've pumped my scaling pretty high, but I also do pretty good damage. Once he gets to like 700 HP, he's going to start doing the counter. So it should be like 1 more attack. Thankfully the counter was not significant. But another misconception, Northgate Magus. I talked about it last run, but he doesn't actually attack fast. He just counters once he gets below half. So, you know, if you start seeing like 2 attacks in a row and you're like, oh my goodness, this is ridiculous. Why is this boss like this? Well, it's because he's countering. So, you know, just be aware of that. You know, if you know what he does, you're probably not gonna die. It might hurt, it might suck, but he doesn't have that much health. So we pumped scaling, but again, because we had, you know, good gear that we found, it wasn't a big deal. We're gonna pump it some more right here. We got a ruby knife. We got +3 from the boss, +2 from the 2 key items. then another +3 from the scaling. So we're going to be at 18 now. We're only level 13. So getting a little hairy. Any boss we run into, though, we do have magic. As long as they're not 30 scaling, it's not like Nizbel or something, we're probably okay. I'm still feeling pretty good about our relative power. And as we kind of level up, the Valiant is gonna, come online more and more. That's gonna help that much more. So we'll see what this is. Dreamstone. So we can get flight on the 65 million map. We can recruit like a level 18 character. So I think I'm gonna do that. That sounds like a plan to me. If it ends up not being a character, then we know with 100% certainty that the Death Peak will be worth it, assuming we get there early enough. So, start select, house warp. Backtracking sucks. That's why we don't do it. We get to the end of whatever road we're on, and we come back home and start a new one. So, nothing looking too great as far as gear goes here. Magic defense on a load sword, but if we're using a load sword, what are we bringing Chrono for? Special trait is Green Dream. I'm not excited about that. We got a mop for trade. That would be good, but I promised myself I wasn't going to use that. For those that don't know, in my settings, I've made mop have the Valiant effect automatically. So it's never a bad weapon. You just kind of get confused and it starts slapping. So half tempted to just skip the Dactyl Nest and summon them. I'm not afraid of mops. I respect their power, and I don't want to be the guy that leans on like an OP weapon. I'd rather just do, interesting things instead. The mop, even with like a bad confuse roll, is still super good, so please understand. So, if you noticed, I skipped those 2 fights at the start. That's normally not possible, but we did implement a new skip there. I'm not calling you out. I'm just saying, like, I don't want to feel like that's, the answer to every single seed. I can find mop most of the time. I want to find other ways to kill stuff. So we got a Chrono. Maybe mop is good. Maybe I do want the mop, but I'm not gonna get it. So next time I go home, I'll try to remember to get my allowance. So I can't do Tyranno layer. What I can do, go through the forest maze. Yeah, flick mops. You're right. You're correct. I don't want to do the entire hunting range just to get a broken weapon. That's silly. It's just something I do for any other weapon, not the mop. So we can do the backside of the forest maze without Ayla. In order to go in the front side, you need her. At least, before you've cleared it. She hits Kino in the face or something, and he moves. But you can also scare him off from the other side. I'm gonna disagree on Pandaria being bad. I think Throne of Thunder was very good. I think the zones were quite nice. I like the aesthetic. I kind of dispute the accusations that it was Kung Fu Panda kitty stuff. For the simple fact that if you play Warcraft 3, the Pandarians already existed. They already talk like that. They already look like that. It predates Kung Fu Panda. And again, Throne of Thunder was quite nice. The initial set of dungeons was okay. It could have been a lot worse. There was some cool stuff there. Also on that expansion, I got Realm First level 90, was it? I think it was 90. Despite the fact that I didn't know anything about the expansion, I had no plan. I just I put on like full DPS gear, tank spec, and we just blasted out dungeons, got 3 levels, got to the second zone, and we just I very easily got the first 90 on the server. So that was fun. I'll probably never do something like that again. That was a unique situation. I didn't even know how to do the dungeons. I just kind of pulled them, like the entire dungeon. Thankfully it worked out. Kept myself alive, did some damage. So what do we got here? I have no idea. Yeah, the end of Cataclysm especially was stupid. I didn't play Warlords, I didn't really play Legion. I've barely played at all, honestly, since like Pandaria. I'll do like a month at a time, every few expansions. Definitely, you know, I hate to be like the nostalgia guy, because I don't even respect like Classic necessarily, but I mean, it definitely has fallen off in more recent expansions, I think. I should have checked Chrono's equipment. But yeah, like Spine of Deathwing, what a stupid fight on Heroic. Oh my goodness. I can't believe they allowed something like that to exist. It's kind of funny, we spent like a month working on that, and then we literally did Madness of Deathwing and one-shot it. Like, did not wipe a single time. So they definitely screwed something up with the balance there. It was backwards. Not a Cataclysm fan, I'm not gonna lie. So this boss, yeah, it's definitely more so a time sink than like a skill check necessarily. I know like some of the more recent stuff, there is, you know, more challenge to it, like mythic rating, mythic plus dungeon, stuff like that. I recognize that, but I don't have time for that either. You know, it's nice when you're younger, you don't have kids, you know, you don't have people depending on you, but after a certain point, you just can't do it anymore. Especially when the game's not even like particularly fun. Single player games though, they're doing quite good. I'm pretty happy with those. So, yeah, that boss Slash will neutralize the charge. As his HP gets lower, he hits harder, but not necessarily a hard boss. So we'll see what this key item is. We'll see if unconventional playstyles have completely screwed me. Yeah, they may have. That's okay. We might get a little more conventional. I'm starting to run out of ideas. So I've almost caught up to the scaling though. So I'm gonna do Hecarim. just because it's right here, it's quick. So, except for Harris Dome, which I've already done, and Specchio, which I am not even close to having access to. We did do allowance. I don't remember what it was, even though it just happened. Oops. Yeah, that's 2 objectives that don't require flight, and the rest potentially require flight. I could maybe do Cyrus Grave. I could maybe do Giant's Claw if I get the gate key. But I haven't seen any sign of that either. So Zombor here. If you have a concept of what a warm and a cool color is, that'll help a lot. Cool colors on the head. So your ice, your shadow. That's going to be what takes that piece out. He's level 23, so I'm not feeling great about like my ability to damage the boss down before something bad happens. We're going to try it though. I'm just going to do Arrow Hail actually, see what that does. It could be worse. So yeah, Doom. That's going to hit very hard. I'm going to use Chrono to heal, I guess. I'm going to take advantage of the Valiant Arrow Hail while I can. Do some decent damage there. Yeah, everybody's got their own method. The problem is, like, when people try to copy other people's methods of remembering, they get it wrong a lot. I've seen a lot of people get it backwards. So if Doom goes out, I'm screwed. But we're gonna YOLO it. Yeah, still I've been like losing my voice for like a month. I thought I was getting better, but every morning I wake up and it's screwed up again. We're trying. We're doing what we can. So anyway, the bottom, you can use Fire and Lightning on it, the warm colors. The boss is basically dead at this point, so I'm just gonna kill it. So unfortunately, I am gonna have to stop the voice pretty soon here. I'm gonna have like a lot of background noise and whatnot, so we will try to finish the seed. I'll try to dump as much, mid-tier advice as I can before then. I don't have like good advice, but maybe we don't need good advice anyway. So I got the Prism Shard. I don't need that for anything as of now. So looking at it, I can do the Acro 13, but it's not going to give me anything. I can't do the Dragon Tank. I can't do Rust Tyranno. I can't do Black Tyranno. I can't do Son of Sun. I can't do R-Series. I can't do Queen Zeal. Can't do Magus. Can't do Gigaguy. Can't do Mother Brain. Can't do Lavos Spawn. So maybe perhaps, yeah, it can be an objective. I don't think it is this time. It gives me like a couple items from Melchior. Gives me like whatever the boss drops, whatever you can charm. The experience, the tech points. Maybe sometimes the items you get from that are good, but usually it's more like, I'm doing it on top of the fact that I have an objective, rather than like doing it for the actual chest, because that's a pretty big investment for just like a couple of random items. You can of course make it into a key item check if you wanted, but that's kind of a tedious check, so I really don't care. So these guys magic resist. I tried to do the arrow hail with the Valiant. Yeah, I'm not super worried about getting more scaling at this point. I've got 2 characters, level 27. I've barely even done any bosses, so we got a Robo. I don't think I've seen like any good weapons for him yet. The moon armor for sale somewhere. Airstone maybe. I might go back for that potentially. Now if we do find the bike key, that's going to be good. So what does Chrono do? Confuse 17. So late game, he's going to want power. Right now I think Robo maybe be a better use for that. No good weapons. I'm going to give the flea vest to Robo just so he doesn't die. So you don't need to play the organ to go in there, you can just walk in. These enemies are pretty good grind if you can kill them. I'm skipping chests again because I can come back afterwards and clear it faster. No encounters, no dialogue. Nothing to walk around. Yeah, the other one I don't remember, but that's okay. It's somewhere if I need it. So this is a crappy enemy roll here. We got the sentries that will kill you when you kill them, or take your MP or whatever. I got the laser guards that are also quite tedious if they don't die in one hit, which they did, thankfully. I don't think this is going to do much damage. I will say, they're not as much of a threat as you think they might be, like especially coming from jets. The thing with jets is they're kind of at their vanilla power level, and they're like late game enemies, like level 40. So that's why they one hit you. It still hurts. They still do a lot of damage in this rando, but it's not as bad. So again, I talked all that garbage about, like, unconventional strategy may be the way to go, and look at all these key items I'm getting, look at all the progress I'm making. Ultimately, unless I've forgotten something, we had to come back to Cathedral anyway. But who knows? Maybe this other stuff we found along the way is going to be extremely relevant anyway, so no big loss really. If we get like a clone or something here, or Masamune, we get a bike key, we're gonna make some good progress. We've already got that Aerostome objective, which maybe if you had played the seed like a normal person, you wouldn't have done already. We got the Chrono from the Dreamstone. It all kind of works out. It comes together. I don't really have like good text, do I? This might be like the best option we have for now. Gonna have a lot of health. We're really running on like some garbage here. I'm not sure if this is actually going to go down. You know what, I'm just going to let it die. I've got to pee anyway. I'll be right back. I'm not feeling confident here. My damage is actually quite low. Pause. Yeah, so I know I said 1:57:06 was the time. However, I'm not waiting that long. I have to pee. We'll swing back around. We'll kind of edit that out. We got a pendant. Doesn't actually get me anything. So now I'm sitting here thinking, phone, you idiot. You could have reforged. Reforging is not only an objective, you've got Robo. You know, it's a key item. So maybe Frontham Cathedral, get the Robo, go forge the sword was the correct answer. Oops. That's okay. We had no way of knowing. I didn't recruit Luca. Yeah, that was also an objective. Anyway, I didn't recruit Luca. Didn't do the cathedral chess. I guess going to the bathroom just completely threw me off my game here. Whoops. We'll come back to it. We're gonna see what this is first. Hard to imagine what could possibly come out of this. Okay, so it's not even random. But what? I guess another key item would come from this. So it's a good thing we were already going back to 600 to get Luca and all those chests, because you know. I've made some mistakes in my life. Yeah, I talked all this garbage about unconventional playstyles, and you know, I thought maybe I made a mistake saying that, but now maybe I was right. The key thing to remember, it's a randomizer, so who the hell knows? You know, even if you have a really good run, you know, that's not to say that an even better one wasn't possible. So we got a sunstone, so I'm once again Just a little confused. I'm trying to think what else is available. What other thing gives a key item that I've not done? So coming back, like I said, no enemies, no dialogue, no encounters, nothing to walk around. I should see what he has. Yeah, pretty basic. I'll just leave him be. Well, I don't know, my damage sucks. So does his. Did I miss a frog recruit somewhere? I have a theory. I think I may know what I've done wrong. We're gonna find out. It's a very stupid thing if this is what happened, but again, I've got this problem. I try to play and talk at the same time, and I am incapable of doing so. So we'll see. We will see. We will see what Luke has as well. Flare, Mega Bomb. It's okay. Does she have a good weapon? 5 MP hit. How good is that? Okay. Nothing I really want to change out for. So I talked a lot of garbage about, you know, maybe unconventional strategies were the way to go. Maybe they're not. I honestly don't remember. Let me see if I can rewire my brain to not be stupid real quick. Okay, so I've got a theory. I have vague recollections. Maybe there was a character here. Maybe I thought it was dead because it might have been dead in the other seed. and the runs are bleeding together. So, not to beat a dead horse, but I talk a lot of garbage about, you know, maybe unconventional play is right, but maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was again. Maybe it wasn't again. But ultimately, it turns out that just having a working memory was the answer the entire time. That Dreamstone I've had for a while. I didn't need to go to Cathedral. My bad. I do... Fire 2 sucks. Fire 2 sucks. Laser Spin sucks. Yo, I'm gonna... Alright, sorry, I'm gonna turn off this speaking thing, microphone. I'll be right back.